Going to assume the manual save. State of emergency is declared in Suo. Okay, I have no idea what's going on. Okay, I'm assuming last time I already went off. Strap just had no sense. Okay.
Everyone, Major General Fubuki is up.
Seems like he's all fine. Says he's ready to talk.
Is keen.
I see. I get the basic idea. The expansion of the Kunad Gate and Togetsu's schemes. You did a good job gathering all this information.
What we need to focus on now is stopping Togetsu's plans.
If we let them be, they'll just send someone else after us. And then civilians could end up getting hurt.
Do you have any idea how to stop them?
Well, I do have one idea. What if we were to shut down Babe, Togetsu's control computer? The Red Strings research, execution of the plan, that's all Babe.
So you're saying if we can shut Babe down, that will stop Togetsu's plans?
All right. You're the ones best suited to make a decision with the information we have, so I'll follow your lead. I'll leave Togetsu to you, but if there's anything I can do, let me know.
Could you act as a go-between for the new Himuka government and the Seiran provisional government for us? The new Himuka government is in a state of confusion. Resolving that could restrict Togetsu's movements.
So you want me to get the governments to agree to a ceasefire?
If you can fan the underlying insecurity and suspicions the politicians have for Togetsu well enough, they'll definitely say yes.
Right, I'll give it a shot. I'm not a politician though, so I don't know if they'll listen to me. I'll use my influence as a regiment commander the best I can. I'll get ready for negotiations right away.
Fubuki, don't get yourself into trouble.
He's gonna get himself into trouble.
Take care of them.
I think we're safe leaving Suo and Seiran to Major General Fubuki.
So, we're infiltrating Togetsu. What's our battle plan?
Kagero and Kyoka have useful information on the area. We should use it to make a plan.
Oh, sorry. Do you mind if I leave that to you, Major? Yuito, I want to talk to you before you go to Togetsu. Okay. What is it? You don't know? Hey, how about we go somewhere else? Let's see. I'll wait for you in Kikuchiba. Come when you have the time.
Kagero?
Sorry, I'll be right back. I'll leave the strategizing to you.
Hey, Yuito!
Hanabi, wait. Sugumi, everyone, there's something I have to tell you.
You too, Kasane?
This is about Kagero, right? We should listen.
Kagero wants to talk. I bet it's about... No, I think it's best...
Where's Kagero? I guess I'll check up top.
Take this! Hey! Next! Here we go!
through. Okay, at least I still remember the combat. Alright, I don't have to pick up items. I just run up them. And out. Doop, doop.
Keep it up.
Okay. Doop, 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 doop.
Here we go.
Come on. Ding. Doop, 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 doop.
Keep it up.
Okay.
That was close.
So light jelly. Oh hey, if I had the phase shift power thing, I could get that. Okay. Do. Spin. Nope. Spinning. Nope. Oh. Spinning does not work. Okay. Items. Okay, just saved in case. Doop, doop.
So, you came. Sorry for bringing you out here.
What did you want to tell me?
It's about your father, Chairman Joe Sumeragi. You know that Kasane didn't kill him. I was the one who killed the chairman.
It was you?
That's right. I killed him. I'm sorry I didn't tell you until now.
Why? Why would you do that? How could you kill my father? Answer me!
I had no hatred for the chairman. It was for myself. I guess self-defense is a better word for it. I mean, my power is perfect for assassination. I'm sort of in charge of that kind of work.
Stop it! Tell me everything.
What do you think I'm doing? I'm telling you because I feel bad. I know you can't forgive me, of course. So, what do you want me to do? If you tell me to leave, I'll go.
So that's how you want to do this?
Yes, it is. That's the kind of guy I am, after all.
Fine. You have your ways of doing things, and I have mine.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's how it is. You don't really want to do this now, do you, kid? You really want to fight?
Fight me, Kagero! Don't think I'm playing around!
Stupid protagonist that is battle thirst. What's the word they used?
Then I won't hold
I don't know.
back.
Ah,
Good. Show me what you got.
come on.
Huh?
You won't get away! Where are you?
Oh my god.
I can still fight. Hey! I won't go easy. Get ready.
I hate that I can see him, but I can't lock on.
Get away!
Eh,
Let's go! Get ready.
do.
You won't get away.
Come on.
Here we go. Where are you? Found you.
Okay, that music's getting real loud.
That was close.
Oh my god.
Get ready. I can still fight. That was close.
Okay. Ugh.
I won't leave here.
Get ready.
Go easy.
I can still fight.
Come on. Hit.
That was close. Where are you?
You hit you. Freaking.
At this rate, I can still fight.
Won't go easy.
Get ready.
Lock on, please. Thank you. Okay.
Damn it. You won't get away that easily.
Calm down, protagonist. He didn't even give a reason why.
How are you stronger?
You'll pay for what you did.
Uh-huh. Yep, I'll definitely pay.
You have got to be kidding me. I can't go out like this. Time out, Yuito, okay? I know you want to kill me, but wait a sec. If I die now, the 2,000 years of things I did for her will all be for nothing.
Thank you for playing the pronoun game. Who is her?
About time you told me the truth. Kagero. What? You knew? I knew you wouldn't tell me the truth if I didn't do this. And I did actually want to beat you up. You
Fair enough.
serious? Boy, do I look dumb right now. You'll tell me the truth now, won't you? Yeah.
Yuito, Kagero! Did we interrupt you?
Kagero, let me see your wounds. I'll try to fix you up.
Thanks, Tsugumi. Did everyone hear that? About my father?
Yeah, Kasane told us. Are you alright?
I guess so. For now.
Yeah, I got my anger out by beating the
Tell
shit
me
out
what
of him,
happened to
so...
him. Right. Where to begin?
Kagero, this is just a conjecture on my part. But wasn't it orders from Togetsu?
It was indeed. I'm an assassin sent on a mission from Togetsu to infiltrate Suo.
I see. So you weren't hired by the Seiran government.
It seems Chairman Sumeragi was more distrustful of Togetsu than the former chairman. They considered him a threat. So you assassinated him for Togetsu? If I wanted to crush Togetsu's plans, Babe's plans, I couldn't be seen as a troublemaker. So it was self-defense. Had I done a little better, though, I could have fooled them and gotten by not having to assassinate anyone. Look, I'm really sorry about Chairman Sumeragi. If you tell me to face the consequences, I will. But first, I want to finish dealing with Togetsu. I know that's asking a lot, but please. Who is the she you mentioned? Is she the reason? I suppose
Oh,
I have
hey,
to tell you.
the pronoun game.
I have a family I left on the moon. A wife and a daughter. I first met my wife when we were getting ready to
I
emigrate
feel
to
like
Earth
we knew
and
that
have our
already.
daughter. If immigration no longer happens, my daughter no longer exists. I won't let that happen. That's why I have to do everything I can to stop them from using the red strings. It was all to protect your daughter. This was 2,000 years ago. She's been dead a long time, so I'm sure you think it all sounds silly. But I don't want my family, my daughter's existence, to be erased.
If your family is so important to you, why did you leave them on the moon? You could have just brought them to Earth with you.
I think he just explained why.
If I was a normal colonist, but that wasn't the case. I was an agent placed among the colonists. My job was to make the redevelopment of Earth fail.
Why? The moon spent 1,000 years fixing the Earth's environment. To sabotage it when it was almost finished.
Did things change on the moon? If my memory serves me correctly, I heard that something flew in from outer space.
You don't know? It's kind of a long story, but I'll tell you what happened 2,000 years ago. It was when Yakumo Sumeragi and the colonists immigrated to Earth. A comet passed close by the moon. The comet left behind the unknown substance called other particles in space. Gravity then began pulling those particles down to Earth and the moon. Earth was still mostly unpopulated, so the effects were unknown, but the moon began to have cases of people turning into monsters.
Ah, the others.
Monsters? Do you mean...
Yes. Metamorphosis. If a living creature comes into contact with the other particles, they change into aberrations. Into others.
Of course, the others are
The
people.
redevelopment of Earth had moved to the final step of
Yeah.
gravity control. If
I
that were
really love
sabotaged,
that trope,
we could stop
and
the other
everybody
particles
loved that
falling
trope
to the moon.
afterward.
Basically, that was the Moon Faction's plan. And I was an agent who had been given secret orders to carry it out.
Yakumo Sumeragi and the rest of the colonists were already on Earth. We're just gonna leave them to die?
It's terrible, I know. But people like Yakumo resisted the moon's wishes, and the plan ended in failure. So the moon put Plan B into action. They pushed the other particles toward Earth, surrounding it, and making it so we couldn't return home.
Other particles surrounding Earth. The extinction belt. I think it's safe to say that the moon's space technology is far ahead of ours.
I mean, they were living on the moon for how long?
At the time, and I heard most of the people went to Earth. It was probably a plan to reduce the population.
Okay, so we have Ava,
Earth was the only option.
Thanos'
I don't know
plan.
what happened on the moon after that?
Huh.
The metamorphosis might have spread.
Whatever that one show that I was watching that I stopped.
Even so,
Yeah, this whole thing is just trip.
was safe and joined Togetsu so I could return to the moon. I went in and out of cold sleep many times.
I feel like I
trading off
need
with
to
comrades as we
raise
searched
my-
for a way to break through the extinction belt.
Here's the game audio.
But after
just
several
it.
awakenings, I realized Togetsu had changed their plans. There was just no way I could allow them to reset history. That's why becoming a traitor was the path I chose.
I understand. My father wasn't perfect. He would often make mistakes, especially when it came to how he led the government. But he was family, the only father I had. I just can't forgive you for killing him.
Here's what we'll do. If there's an event where we have to have somebody sacrifice themselves, he's the first one up.
Your family.
We good?
So
We
let's
good.
stop Togetsu together. I will always resent you. But I think I can stand up to them with you.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. I might have done something distasteful to further my goal, if I had taken a wrong turn somewhere as well. So, I think I understand a little bit of your actions.
You know, you're much more mature than I am. Or maybe I'm just too immature. I guess in the end, I made you decide after all. So lame. Let me help you stop Togetsu.
I mean, didn't we just agree on this?
Are you finished?
Kasane, I caused you so much trouble. I'm sorry.
Stop acting so meek all of a sudden. It's weird.
Kasane, I thought you were the one who killed my father. I'm sorry I doubted you.
It's just as much my fault for not saying anything. When I wanted to kill you, I thought that having you hate me would keep me focused on the task.
I guess that makes sense.
So, you don't have to apologize.
Yeah, okay. That's enough talk for now then.
Okay,
I'm
let's.
sure you all have your own questions. Even I don't understand what's
That's
going
enough
on.
talk for now. Continues
But we
talking.
have to work together and focus on what needs to be done.
If that is your decision, I don't think we have anything else left to say.
All right. So our main mission is to go to Togetsu as soon as we can and stop Babe.
What do you think of using my power to make everyone invisible in order to infiltrate it?
Can
We
you
should
get
probably
everybody
assume
at
that
once?
Kagero and I are both known traitors by now.
We don't have time to dwell on it. It's dangerous. But I believe Kagero's plan has potential.
Togetsu probably doesn't expect an attack from such a small force. Let's consider it a sneak attack.
Okay, let's do it. First, we'll climb Hiyano Mountain and get close to Togetsu.
Oh, hey, the snow mountain again.
That was not good on my nerves. Don't scare me like that.
I'm glad you're both okay.
Wataru, Haruka, I'm sorry I made you worry.
Okay. And I have everybody back. Teleportation. Teleportation's actually going to be useful down here. That's why I have her. I have 3. Oh, right, the entire thing I have. Save. Yes, I don't want to sit back through all that dialogue, even if I can skip.
I found this. When we weren't fighting, you're always battling, Yuito, so I'll give it to you.
Say it. Okay. How do I? Oh boy, how do I change? Oh, wait. I've been on normal. Oh, okay. Change. Okay, stop that.
Leave it to me! Leave it to me, Gemma!
There's a resource reading near here. You should check it out.
Okay, it's that.
You need help?
Looks like the enemy dropped something rare.
Give me speed! Here you go!
I'm watching out for you.
Item.
I found this in between battles. We should all use it.
Yep. Check a little platform.
Now, Luca!
Kyoka's duplication could be useful.
We won't back down!
Use my fire! We can't lose.
Shall reach him first. Put the pressure on. That was great. Nice. It's burning.
We're strong when we work together.
Yeah, we worked really well together. You seem to be in good form.
Now, Yuito!
Nice job.
Take this. You can deal with it.
I'm taking this, Shiden.
That's a good decision.
You did it! That was very good!
Ow, ow, ow.
Well done.
Nice work, Yuito.
Okay.
Yuito, we have the same power. Use SAS effectively.
Yeah. Item. Item. Doop.
I'll try.
Hey.
Take the initiative and you win. Damage to outer shell confirmed. Keep going and break them.
Oh, good lord. Noted.
Thanks, Kyoka. Give me your power, Shiden. Arashi, thanks.
Water attack? Getting wet limits your mobility, so be careful. This thanks to my power.
Okay.
Go, Yuito!
Come on. Nope.
Nice! Good boy! Keep that up!
Thanks, Tsunabe. Well done. I could learn a thing or two.
Oop.
Not bad, I guess.
I can hit it.
That was brilliant.
Okay. Right on.
You feel more comfortable with someone you're familiar with? That's fine with me.
I have. I don't know.
Leave it to me.
Save.
move forward if we use my power, Yuito.
What the hell? Right, I need it up here.
You can do it!
Thanks, I'll take it.
Oop. Yeah.
I would like to be useful for once.
If we come across invisible enemies, you will be. Honestly, really good extra help against Kagura, but whatever. Oh, sweet.
Thanks for the help. Shiden's electrokinesis might be effective.
See if you can use it.
Looks like the enemy dropped something rare. It was thanks to my power. That enemy is stunned.
Not yet! Leave it to me!
That was good.
Give me speed! Next.
We're just standing there.
I'm watching out for you.
Keep it up.
That was elegant.
I'll leave it to you.
Here we go.
Not bad.
We're dead. And we got this. Oh boy. Nope, nope, nope. This is a bad idea. This is a real bad idea.
The enemy is stunned. Now's your chance. That attack worked. That must be a weak spot.
Oop.
I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks.
Yuito, connect SAS. Use duplication.
Take this.
We'll do this together.
You're at ease using SAS.
This is nothing.
Yuito,
I can hit it. It's over.
Get you.
that was good.
Here we go.
Yep. There's some things down there.
Even if you don't need it, being invisible is fun.
Okay. There's one more. What? Oh. How do I?
think there's something over there. Don't be so reckless. That was quite the drop.
Oh, that was nothing. Doop doop. I think I can. Nope. I had to push up. I get to. That's good. Save. Okay, that's what that does.
Yuito, connect SAS. Use duplication.
Use something big to break its outer shell. Use psychokinesis. It sprayed something like oil. Don't get it on you. That must be its weak spot. Watch yourself.
You guys good?
Joker's duplication could be useful.
Arashi, thanks!
Yep.
Let's go! Thanks, Kyoka! Come on!
Now, give it everything you've got. Go, Yuito.
Come on.
I can hit it!
That was good, Yuito.
Maybe Sugumi's clairvoyance. It's split. Take down the real one and the dummy will disappear. Yuito, figure it out.
Alright, this is the thing.
Finish it.
I'll leave it to you.
I need your eyes!
Found the weak spot. Yeah. You should be able to break the outer shell if you keep attacking.
I'm watching out for you.
Yuito, a member is in danger.
Everyone all
Is
right?
everyone okay?
Medium.
Successfully reached shell. Attack now.
I can hit it! Come on!
Two.
Now die!
Take it out.
This is pretty rare.
Thanks for the help!
That was a close one.
Shoot.
Leave it to me. Thanks. It's good to have you on the team.
Give me speed!
I suppose that was pretty good.
And
Yeah!
Okay. I think that was...
I found this when we weren't fighting. You're always battling, Yuito, so I'll give it to you.
You guys good?
Thank you. Watch out for electric attacks. You won't be able to move if you're electrified.
I can hit it! Here we
Whoa! Nice!
go! Leave it to me!
And nope.
I guess even Tsugumi's given up on me now.
What you did was
I'm done! Come on!
terrible.
Damn, here we
Still,
go!
I won't stop being friends with you.
Here we go!
Friends. It's been years.
I can hit it!
And...
Thanks.
And nope.
Do it!
Do, 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 do.
I need your help! Come on! I'm done! It's over!
Yuito, finish it!
I can hit it!
And nope.
Come on!
Come on. Nope.
Leave it to me!
Doop-a-doop. Okay, there.
Here we go! Yeah!
Oh, screw you. Doop.
Keep it up!
Yuito, try using my ability with SAS.
That one explodes. Don't get too close to it.
Hold.
Archie, thanks! Double the power!
If your body begins to burn with fire, it'll drain your health, so be careful.
Oh, right. Splitty guys.
You need help? Ooh, it's time for my power, Yuito. I feel reborn.
I can still punch!
Good, I made it. Thanks, Luca. That enemy is stunned. Weak spot. Yeah. Nice work, Yuito. This is pretty rare.
I've got a nearby resource reading.
Item. Six. Submissions. Okay. that's one of... Alright, I was going to have to this one. Yeah. Dude.
I found this in between battles. We should all use it.
We don't need to use it.
It finally broke. Let's go, everyone.
Is it always that? Oh right, there's strength. I don't remember anything. What else is new?
We're almost to Togetsu. Kagero, are you ready?
An earthquake?
It's shaking. It's similar to the big earthquake at Kunad Highway.
Didn't that involve a giant hole forming in the sky?
I think it's over.
Is everyone okay? The Kunat Gate just briefly put out some strange numbers.
An earthquake-type shaking was felt all across New Himuka. It wasn't too severe, so there shouldn't be too much damage.
We're fine here. There was no significant damage to Hiono Mountain.
It must have been caused by the Kunad Gate.
Hey! Togetsu is doing all kinds of research on it too, right?
Yes. While we're stopping Babe, we should dig up as much useful information as we can.
Yuito, how's your head? Do you feel anything weird about your power? Any abnormalities?
Huh? No, not really. My head hasn't hurt at all since everyone gave me my memory back. Why?
That's good then. When we were fighting, I felt... how can I describe it? It was like your power was spilling over. You might have just been excited. Does that kind of thing happen to you?
It is true that powers are affected by
Battle
emotions.
Chunky, that was...
However,
Oh my god, I just remembered that.
There is a theory that it is a sign of decaying mental abilities. Apparently, when abilities are about to disappear, they become strangely more powerful.
So you're saying my powers are going to go away?
Apparently, it's been observed in rare cases along with the aging of the brain. It shouldn't be happening to you now.
yes, that's true. However, his brain has suffered quite a bit of damage.
I also used to be a dud, so it might be different from a normal human brain too.
What? You were a dud?
Oh, we never told you that.
Oh, right. I didn't tell you guys yet.
I used to be a nobody.
You
And then I
became a
got my
psionic from
powers.
an experiment when you were a kid? I can't believe you were a dud.
Do you know how long my power will last? Will it disappear today or tomorrow?
It's not that sudden. But there haven't been many cases, so I can't say for sure.
We're not sure that's what it is anyway. This is all just an assumption.
I know that. If it's not going to be sudden, I won't think about it for now.
Sorry for adding to your worries. Don't get too caught up about it.
It's okay. I didn't realize it myself, so I'm glad you said something.
Okay.
Anyway, we should start watching our surroundings. We're near Togetsu.
Time to turn invisible. You ready?
Oh
Yes,
boy.
we'll go right in.
Inserting counter memory damage. Yeah, nice. Thank you for starting my red. Even that.
Yuito, I'm curious about what Kaguro said. Are you really feeling alright?
Yeah, I'm fine. My power apparently won't go away too soon, so we just have to see what happens.
Okay. Just don't
Oh,
push
I
yourself
can't break
too hard.
balls. Doop. I mean, surely they won't have anybody at the front door waiting for us.
It's tough to keep this up with this many people.
There's not much security inside, just like we thought.
All right. We'll go straight to Babe.
Look out!
Damn!
Here they come. Togetsu design children.
Looks like they were expecting us.
We have to break through.
How? We're surrounded.
Figure something out. If we run now, there will be even more security next time.
I'll use teleportation.
Not with this many people. We don't know the layout inside Babe.
I know the location, and we have to take our chances. Kasane is right. We may not have another opportunity. If we get close to Babe, they'll have to take precautions. So why don't we just take the risk?
I trust you.
Let's get this done.
Luca, do it!
Here we go.
We totally could have taken all of them. Stairway to E1 and O.
This is the entrance to Babe.
Good. It worked.
Nice one, Luca. Maybe you should rest a little.
No, I appreciate the concern, but I don't think we have that kind of time.
Huh? Others. Why?
Hey, Haruka! Wataru! Damn, Signet has been cut off.
I don't know why there are others here, but we're better off than before.
Yeah, there's not too many. Let's take them out.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you for telling me all that. Also, we need to do a complaints BRB. Wait.
Come on. I'm watching out for you.
I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks.
See if you can use it.
No.
That attack worked.
Come on.
Be a weak spot. Watch yourself.
Now die!
Just...
Good attack.
Here we go!
Here.
Thanks for the help!
That was a close one.
Doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop.
Keep it up.
So flashy.
I sense no others around us.
This is bad. I never thought they'd toss a bunch of others around inside the Babe building.
You didn't know? Wait, what do you mean toss? Do you mean they caught others and brought them here? Or maybe they know how to metamorphose, like Suo.
Togetsu possesses the other particles. They used them to make others. This is the first time I've seen them used like this, though.
The others were born here by placing live creatures in contact with the other particles.
Should we keep going this way if we want to shut down Babe?
I don't have the blueprints to the building, though it looks like the command center is as far inside as you can go.
The terminal that tried to take control of Yuito only connects to the superficial information on Babe.
All right, let's just keep going.
Move forward, beat things up, eventually get to goal. I did. Change because I need to.
All those cubes lined up are part of Babe's computer network?
Yeah, it's on the level of Arahabaki and Suo.
God, part of me really wants to try and jump down there. Too bad.
Take this!
This other creates dummies. We'll need to attack the real ones, so observe carefully.
Give me your power, Shien! Here we go! Next!
And
Keep it up!
It's not over yet.
I trust you.
pass through.
That attack worked. That must be a weak spot.
And
That was a nice move.
okay. Apparently, it really wants me to use Claire.
Give me speed.
We can't lose.
And nope.
Now, Yukito.
Okay. Doop 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 doop.
I trust you.
Let's go. That attack worked. Leave it to me. That must be a weak spot. Here we go.
I'm watching out for you.
Here we go. I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks. Go, Yuito.
And nope.
That was a good attack. Here we go.
That's a good decision.
I can do this.
Leave it to me. Now die. Hey, here we go. I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks.
You need help?
Yeah! Take this.
I saw it.
Great job, Tsugumi. The shell is broken. Give it everything you have. Not yet. Hey! That attack worked. There must be a weak spot.
With everything.
Go, Yuito.
Leave it to me.
That was impressive.
Okay. Doop 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 doop. I'd say.
Thanks, Kyoka. Come on. I'm soaked.
See if you can use it.
That attack worked. There must be a weak spot.
Oh, right. This is.
Leave it to me. Come on.
There we go.
Go do your thing.
Okay, speed and teleportation at the same time. Nice.
I can hit it. Come on,
Of course, there's gonna be more up there.
You got the hang of this.
deal with it.
No! You leave it to me! No, silly!
Ow.
Don't fight.
I'll lend you my strength.
Let's do this, Nabi! Here we go!
Oh my god. There we go.
That attack worked! There must be a weak spot. I can hit it! Here we go!
I'm watching out for you.
I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks.
Yuito,
Leave it to me!
come on! Finish it!
Okay. Okay, whatever.
Thanks for the help!
I can do this.
I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks. If it's covered in oil, it should burn with a little fire. I'm soaked. It's down. Give it everything you've got.
Time to fight back. Go do your thing.
Now die! Arashi, thanks! Leave it to me!
Come on, Rito, finish it!
I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks. Nice. It's burning.
Alright.
The shell is broken.
Burn.
Use everything you have.
You can do it!
That attack worked. I can hit it. There must be a weak spot.
How you done?
Go, Yuito. Leave it to me.
Nope.
That was brilliant.
Okay. Did I change the difficulty? I honestly can't tell. It says I'm on hard. Okay. Doop, 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 doop. Wait, how the...
We'll be able to move forward if
of
we
course
use
I
my
have to
power,
use still.
Yuito.
Doop, doop, doop. Why is ours being used so much?
You can do it!
Okay, what's over here? Item.
Give me speed! That attack worked. There must be a weak spot.
I'll leave it to you.
And... Oop.
I need your eyes.
It's not over yet.
Not yet. Now, Luca. Arashi, thanks.
And... Oh, come on.
Now die! Yumiko!
Doop. Now, time to go all the way back. Doop.
Leave it to me.
It's locked and won't open. How can we get past this?
Seems like your knowledge of my power is quite shallow. Destroy the control device. If you use electrokinesis to apply high voltage, it should be easy.
Neat. Item. There are a lot of items.
Is everyone okay?
Probably use that, yeah. Come on.
I'm taking this, Shiden.
And nope. Okay. Don't. Oh my god. How do I get up there? This way. Oh, this seems like... No, what the heck? Okay. I'm sorry, what? Oh my god. Oh my... I'm going to get this fucking item. Oh my fucking god. Gotcha. Okay, there we go. Piece of shit. Doop. There. Okay, so I can buy weapon use for it now, right? Yep. Which I... Oh, lovely. Need that. How do I get that? Oh. And I just buy that. Release. Nope, not gonna save it. Do.
It got me.
That attack worked. That must be a weak spot.
Give me speed! You got the hang of this.
Load. Ow.
Damn it! Here we go.
God. Oh my fucking god.
Arashi, thanks. Now, Luca. Here we go.
Fucking god.
You can deal with it.
Holy shit, these stupid fucking things. Oh, yeah, just go back in your fucking little box, you shithole.
Protect you.
Go do your thing.
There we go.
There must be a weak spot.
You, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. You can die the most painful death you've ever feel.
That was good. Not quite as good as me, though.
Fuck up, you. Okay.
I hit the outer
Hone it.
Oh boy.
Cal, I think I can break it if I focus my attacks.
Oh my god.
I need your help. See if you can use it.
Ow.
I can fight. It's close. The shell is broken. Give it
Fuck
everything
you.
have.
Oh, come on, I was off game.
Everything you've got.
You can deal with it.
Stop going for that one. Go for this one.
I'm soaked.
Fuck you.
Leave it to me, Gemma.
Take this.
Fuck you.
Thanks for the help.
Did I make it? You're so fast. Thanks, Arashi. The shell is broken. Give it everything you have.
Just
That
died.
worked. That must be a weak spot.
Not get fucking caught. Am I? Oh, wow. Made so much progress. Yay. Oh boy. This...
Thanks, Kyoka.
Let's regroup. That's a good decision.
I can do this. We'll do this together.
Nice sight.
Great job, Sugumi.
Oh,
At this rate.
fuck off. Oh, fuck, where am I starting from? Okay, here. Oh. BP.
That was close.
Go do your thing.
Don't let me down. Here we go.
It's now! Give it everything you've got!
Fuck you.
Here we go! I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks. The shell is broken. Give it everything you have. That attack worked. See if you can use it. There must be a weak spot.
Keep it up. I can control it.
Next.
I use this.
I'm watching out for you.
Let's regroup.
Hi. How are you?
I'll leave it to you.
I can control it.
Right, left, down.
You need help?
Nope.
Keep it up.
Okay. I almost guarantee this. Wait, am I going that? Good.
Give me speed.
Take this.
Here we go.
That's a good decision.
I can do this.
Did I make it?
You're so fast. Thanks, Archie. That attack worked.
Archie,
That must be a weak spot.
Nope. And nope. Ah, 3 of them.
I use this.
Doop. Doop.
Good.
I'm watching out for you.
Regroup now.
Need to regroup. It's not a helmet.
I'm going to get burned if I don't do something.
You can do it!
That attack worked. There must be a weak spot.
You can deal with it.
Okay, screw you.
Is everyone okay?
Thanks. I can fight.
I can hit it.
Come on, get out!
That was close.
Take this.
Still fight. Let's regroup. Here we go.
Screw you.
Getting stronger.
I'll leave it to you.
It'll work.
See if you can use it.
Thanks, Kyoka.
It's them. Give it everything you've got.
Okay. Kasane.
Thanks. I can fight.
Doop-a-doop-doop-doop-a-doop. Save. Do.
Give me your power, Shiden!
You got the hang of this.
We got this!
Here we go! Time to use this!
I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks. Witness my strength!
And just destroy everything.
There's nothing I can't do! You're weak!
God, how much health you lose in that? Nope. Oh. Nope. Wrong one. Good.
This is bad. Let's regroup!
I can fight.
I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks.
Doop, 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 doop. Nope.
You can do it!
Nope, I just went the. No.
We'll be able to move forward if we use my power, Yuito.
Yeah. We'd also be able to move forward if I went in the correct direction.
Leave it to me!
Yep. Okay. Up we go.
I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks.
That's a good decision.
Okay.
I'll protect you.
Thank you, Navi.
This right
Shh.
So, the shell is broken. Give it everything you have.
Give me speed! I'm taking the Shiden.
It was thanks to my power.
Okay, can't focus on this one, please.
I'm watching out for him. Take it out. I can hit it.
Boom. And bye.
Here we go.
Okay.
I need your help. Here we go.
Did I make it?
You're so fast. Thanks, Arashi.
Here we go.
I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks.
Let's regroup.
Thanks. I've been fine.
That's a good decision.
Hey, isn't that machine short-circuited? Must be broken.
Oh my god.
If a little extra voltage were applied to it, it probably leak out a ton of electricity. Seems dangerous.
Major short circuit. We might be able to use it as a weapon. Yumito, give it a try. You can use my power up.
Arashi, thanks.
Nope.
The shell is broken. Give it everything.
Okay, why did you switch over to this?
Thanks, Kyoka.
Leave it to me. Thanks. It's good to have you on the team.
I'm not done yet.
Next.
I'll leave it to you.
More! That attack worked. There must be a weak spot.
Here we go. Keep it up.
Oh, come on.
Give me your power, Shiden.
That enemy is stunned.
I can control it.
It was thanks to my power.
Go do your thing.
That attack worked.
I can hit it.
Come on! There must be a weak spot.
Is everyone okay?
We need to regroup.
You can deal with it.
Here we go.
Finish this.
Now die.
Here we go. See if you can use it.
Man, I'm getting roasted.
Okay, those can only be used once then.
This is bad.
Come on.
That was close.
That's a good decision. Take this.
Double the power.
I'll protect you.
Thank you, Nabi.
Ah!
Nope.
I'm using this, Kagero.
You got the hang of this.
I can still fight.
Oh, oh. Shit.
We'll be able to move forward if we use my power, Yuito.
Now, Luca!
So when you teleport, what would happen if there was a tree where you were going? You would probably break if you hit it.
Not only would it break, it might cause a nuclear explosion. So I can only teleport to places I know are safe. When the area is out of my visual range, I need someone with clairvoyance, like you. I always appreciate your help.
I'm glad I can help, even though I'm not very strong.
You can do it!
You need help?
I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks.
I'm watching out for you. I'll leave it
That
to you.
attack worked. There must be a weak spot.
Keep it up.
You got the hang of this.
Go do your thing.
See if you can use it.
This thing is my power.
Leave it to me.
Come on.
Ooh, nice job.
Here we go.
Nope.
I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks.
I need your help.
Come on.
This rate shell is broken. Give it everything you have.
It's close.
Oh my god.
Here we go. Yeah.
That attack worked. There must be a weak spot.
Let's go. Double the power. Thanks, Kyoka.
Did not. That's fine. Do. Yep. Nope.
You can do it!
Oop. Oop. Nope.
You got the hang of this.
I'm taking this, Shiden.
What was that? Floor of emotion? Oh, that only needs improved butterfly record. Wait, nope. Okay. Weapon use, right? Plus. Ah, dang it. Oh, okay. babe.
Give me your power, Shiden!
America, America. What is with those frames? Not like I can change a whole lot, so.
Leave it to me!
You can deal with it.
I need your help! Thanks for the help!
I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks.
Give me speed!
Screw you. Oh, sweet, there's something there.
You need help?
Come on. Are you hurt? Shouldn't be. That was pretty cool. Thanks. That attack worked. There must be a weak spot.
Keep it up.
Okay. Oh.
You can do it!
No. Okay. Nope, of course not. Can't, nope. Okay. Okay, why? Can you? Oh my. Okay. Camera sucks. Partners do not want to. Okay. Why? Stay on the. Stop trying to double jump off the fucking platform. Game, why are you so stuttery? Let's see what happens.
Come on.
Shit. God damn it. My God, why is this so stuttery? Why am I getting so many frame drops? Should not be that bad. Thank you, depth perception. Oop.
You guys good?
Okay, yeah, no, that I can definitely notice the camera off. Okay. Let's go forward. Awesome.
Leave it to me. Thanks. It's good to have you on the team.
Arashi, thanks.
Okay, screw you.
Let's go. That attack worked.
I can hit it.
You.
That must be a weak spot.
Kyoka. Double the power. Come on.
I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks.
Is everyone okay?
It's down. Give it everything you've got.
Come on. Let's regroup now.
Up.
There. Hit it.
Oh my god.
It might be easier to electrify now that it's wet.
My turn. I'm taking the sheet end.
Did I make it?
You're so bad. Thanks, Arashi. That attack worked. That must be a weak spot.
That's a good decision.
I can do this. Let's regroup.
Thank you.
Okay. Doop-a-doop. Can't hold any more light jump. So something tells me there's gonna be a boss between there and there.
Go
Go do your thing.
That attack worked. There must be a weak spot.
Yeah! It's over!
Go, Yuito!
It's not over yet.
Arashi, thanks!
I'll leave it to you.
Yuito, leave it to me! Come on! Now, Luca!
It's gone, but I still feel bloodlust. The other is still around. Find it with Tsugumi's power?
Nope.
Don't die! It's over!
Get out! We can deal with it.
That attack worked. There must be a weak spot.
Leave it to me!
Come on! Yuito! I can't lose.
Need an assist?
Now! Here we go!
Leave it to me. Thanks. It's good to have you on the team.
Let's do this, Hanabi!
Give me your attack worked. There must be a weak spot.
Thanks for the help! I need your help!
At this rate...
Damn it.
Can you still fight?
Oh, thank you.
Sorry for the trouble.
You guys good? Where are you? I'm taking this, Shiden.
I trust you.
Come on! Here we go!
Nice. Burning.
Okay.
Yuito.
You got the hang of this.
You need help?
Leave it to me!
Dope, 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 dope.
I'm ready! Keep it up.
Okay, come on.
Take that!
I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks.
Take this. Eyesight.
Great job, Tsugumi. That attack worked. There must be a weak spot.
Okay, this one.
Yeah.
Did you have to go that way?
I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks.
Go do your thing.
Come on. Thanks for the help. Thanks, Kyoko. Here we go. Keep it up.
The shell is broken. Give it everything you have.
There. I'm ready.
Oop-a-doop-a-doop. Oh, sweet.
See if you can use it.
That attack worked. There must be a weak spot.
I'm going to get burned if I don't do something.
Damn, come on.
That enemy is stunned.
I need your help.
That's a good decision.
I can do this. Let's go. Is everyone okay?
Die. Oh, yeah, that's 7 now. Oop-a-doop. Babe.
Give me your power, Shiden.
Alright, this can be... Yeah.
You can deal with it.
Thanks to my power.
I can hit it. Come on.
Go do your thing.
I'll use this.
I'm watching out for you. I'll leave it to you.
Screw you.
That was a great attack.
I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks. I need to support the injured.
Is everyone okay? There!
The shell is broken. Give it everything you have. That attack worked. That must be a weak spot.
Archie, thanks! Let's regroup!
I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks.
Use my fire!
I'm using this, Kagero!
We can't lose! Need to regroup.
Here we go! Time to use this!
You should not be able to follow me. I am invisible. Fuck you.
We got this! Nice fire! You got this!
That attack worked. That must be a weak spot.
Hot.
Shit!
No, come back.
God fucking damn it. Okay, fine.
More power. You can deal with it.
That attack worked. That must be a weak spot. Get it, Rico.
I can hit it! Here we go!
Damn.
I need your help!
I'll leave it to you.
The shell is broken. Give it everything you have.
Get him, Yubito!
Now die! It's over!
Go do your thing.
You leave it to me!
I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks.
Okay, come on.
Hot. I need to put it out.
Go down!
Hey, game?
You guys
What
good?
the?
Thanks. I can fight.
Okay, I don't know what just happened there, but
See if you can use it.
It's gone. But I still feel bloodlust. The other is still around. Fighting with Segumi's power. The shell is broken. Give it everything you have. I need to support the injured.
Is everyone okay?
Leave it to me.
oh my god.
Thanks. It's good to have you on the team.
Now, Luca!
Okay. Save. Dope.
What is this place? Another one?
I think that was bigger than last time. Do you think the Kunad Gate is expanding?
We don't have time for chit-chat. We need to keep moving.
Wait a moment.
That voice.
Please listen to me.
Mom?
Mother?
Huh?
What?
Huh? That's your mother, right, Yuito? What is she doing here? And Kasane, what did you just say?
This is a vision created by Babe. What an underhanded trick.
Wakana was a precious person. She was a successful design children model, and she had the power of the red strings.
My mother was one of them?
And she is important to both Yuito and Kasane.
Wakana took care of Kasane when she was little. I heard she fled from Togetsu after an incident.
I thought those Togetsu bastards killed Mother. That's what I remember anyway.
So, Yuito's mom ran away from Togetsu and then met his dad in Suo?
Chairman Sumeragi may have provided refuge to her once he found out she was connected to Togetsu.
That is why I thought this form would be best to get you to listen. Yuito, Kasane, you must know. This world is in danger of destruction at the hands of the Kunad Gate. It is not only Togetsu. There are many people living in Suo and Seiran, all over New Himuka. To save all of the people who are important to you, I must have your help.
Help?
Yuito, I apologize for leaving you alone while you were still young. If you come with me now, your loneliness will be cured. Kasane, do you remember that puppy? That little dog was your friend. If nothing is done, everyone will die. All your friends in the world will die just like your puppy. Will you both help me?
That's definitely one point to my favor.
Become one with me. Use the red strings to save the world.
Don't use my mom for your dirty schemes.
Mother wouldn't say things like that. You're not fooling anyone.
Is that the best a machine can come up with? You really underestimated these two.
A foolish decision. The brain of the Wakana that you love has already been processed and made a part of me.
What did you say?
Are human brains being used as organic parts for Babe?
So then, that means my mom wasn't attacked by others after all. It was you, Babe. No, Togetsu. You stole my mother's brain!
All of it was to save the world.
What do you mean, save? You're only saving yourselves.
You can't sway me with visions of Mother. You don't want us to get any further.
I won't let you use my mom anymore. I will stop Babe.
What?
Everyone run! The floor is collapsing!
I'm glad everyone's all right.
What is this place?
Something feels different. What? The floors again!
This is bad. Everyone, run!
Tsugumi, is there a place we can teleport to?
This is the only path. Wait. Another is coming. It's big.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, so super long bridge, flying other that we have to destroy. The bridge is collapsing. Oh boy. Floors collapse. Game will be over if you fall, so you have to do it. Oh boy.
Don't even think about taking that other down. Meaning we have to run away. I can't see the bottom. If we fall, we'll die.
I mean, we don't know that for sure, right?
What is this? It's ridiculously huge. Hanabi, focus on running. Don't stop.
Oh boy.
Relax and use SAS.
Time to use this.
You got the hang
Nope.
of this.
Oh shit.
The enemy is gigantic, but it seems to be just observing for now. If we keep evading the oncoming others, we should be able to make it out, right?
I would like to think so, but you can't let your guard down until we're out of here. Yuito's right. It seems like they're not giving it their all yet. Don't drop your guard, everyone.
Oh boy. What's that stuff?
You can do it!
With this monster, it's going in way too hard. There must be an exit up ahead. We have to make it there somehow.
Look, is that big center over there? Just a little more.
Okay, let's break through.
Nope, nope. Oh boy.
At this rate, the exit will be sealed! Yuito!
Yoka, you're on!
Right!
We're gonna have to properly fight that later. I imagine we're gonna have to properly fight that later.
We may have fallen, but at
Like
least
on
it
top
wasn't
of
to
it.
our deaths.
So this is the real Babe?
That's right. We should be able to access all of Babe from here and shut it down as well.
Oh, it looks like something's already processing.
What's going on?
Babe is implementing emergency procedures. Could it be because we made it this far?
I felt something just now. It felt like the red strings.
What's going on, Arashi?
I can't believe it. It's totally empty.
Huh? What do you mean, empty?
I meant just what I said. All the data has been erased without a single trace. It feels vindictive. So you mean Babe shut down of its own accord?
I like your wishful thinking, but something just doesn't seem right.
Regardless, it doesn't look like Babe can do anything anymore. So is it safe to say we've managed to stop Togetsu's plan?
Oh no.
I'd be lying if I said I was completely free of doubt. But at least at this point, it's clear that this computer is useless.
The connection is restored. Hey, are you guys okay?
Oh, it's Wataru. The network blocker must be gone. That must mean Babe really is shut down.
You shut down Babe! Fantastic!
Oh, we didn't do anything.
Another earthquake.
I feel like it keeps getting stronger.
Wataru, that quake.
Yeah, another anomaly was observed at the Kunad Gate, and they're becoming more frequent.
I'm glad we stopped Togetsu's plan, but I don't like that we lost all the research data.
There could have been information on the Kunad Gate.
Hey, Kagero, Kyoka, is the research data saved somewhere else, or do you know someone who knows about it?
It's very unlikely. The research of red strings spans over hundreds of years.
It's a power filled with mystery to begin with. There probably isn't a single person who understands the whole thing.
So we have no leads?
Guys, there is someone. She's involved with Togetsu and is knowledgeable about the red strings.
Who?
Wakana. She fostered Kasane, who has the power of red strings. She must have had enough knowledge to be able to raise Kasane to control it.
What are you saying? Yuito's mom is dead.
Not for brain.
So we should go ask her directly.
Directly? You can't be serious.
By using the red strings?
Or
Yes. We don't seem to have any other options.
Even still, I'm worried. It may damage Yuito's brain.
Let's do it. If we don't do anything,
Oh, what's a little
the
brain
Kunad
damage?
Gate will just
He
keep
already has
expanding
enough.
and bring the end of the world that much closer.
Or he's already had some.
I want to do everything
No
I
more
can,
won't hurt.
even if it doesn't work. Let's use the red strings.
And we'll do everything in our power to help. So, what exactly are you going to do?
If we're going to make this work, we need to keep strong emotions in check. Let's go to the Kunad Gate. I've jumped from there before, so I think it'll be easier to remember the feeling.
You want to recreate what happened when the gate opened. All right, let's head there.
I want to go to the hideout. Please and thank you. Alright, where's the one? You just tell me I've been a guest. Thank you.
Just the person I wanted to see. Your lucky color for the... Eat red food and deploy south, probably.
Oh,
Hey. Is everyone on? Visual simulator power record C. Oh, hey, pretty much all these.
I'm always impressed by these training visions. They seem so real.
Now, Luca! Double the power! Let's overpower them! Let's go! Good! Next! Keep it up! Next! Now! Come on!
We got this!
Good.
Okay.
We'll protect you.
Looks like I got stronger again.
It looks like a rare other showed up. That other, it will yield a lot of things, so you shouldn't let it get away.
That attack worked. That must be a weak spot.
Leave it to me!
I'll lend you my strength.
I trust you. I
My turn! You need help?
Help me, Kyoka!
Oh, I can at least get one. I cannot buy. Do I need to go compare it? Oh boy. I could get his. I really want to though. Beginners. Okay. Oh. Go back to the home. to...
The Kunad Gate. Has it always been that big?
Probably
It's
not.
definitely expanding, but it's still smaller than what it will be in 50 years.
This place brings back a lot of memories. The red strings. I think there's a good chance this is going to work.
Okay. I hope I know what it feels like.
We'll give you SAS support. We should be able to boost your powers if we link our brains together.
There's no telling what kind of dangers there will be, so it would be best to come back to the present as soon as possible. In order for you to have the greatest chance of success, you need to have an exact time and place to jump to meet Wakana.
October 4th, 2009. The old OSF hospital in Lokusho City. If we go there, I know we'll see my mom. That was the day she died. I was in the hospital then, so it's definite.
The others attacked Lokusho City that day, so the hospital moved to its new location in Suo.
Alright. I don't know if it'll work, but let's try envisioning that place and time in our minds.
Are all 10 of us going? A group that big will stand out in a hospital.
About that. Like my teleportation ability, I imagine it will be too stressful on the brain to move that many people at once.
So, should we narrow down the amount of people that are going?
Kasane, this may be difficult to hear, but I believe you jumping alone would have the lowest risk.
Luca?
Regardless, those without the power of the red strings will be pulled back after a set time has passed. If we were to go with you, it would needlessly increase the strain on you and Kasane.
Then I'm going too. I can't let Kasane go by herself.
No, I agree with Luca. Though for a different reason. Yuito, if you meet your younger self, then there's no telling what might happen. It may just be a theory, but I think it's a risk we can easily avoid in this attempt.
But if I make sure I don't see myself... No, I guess we can't be sure. But Kasane going by herself...
I won't be alone. Everyone will be supporting me through the SAS. And since you have the same power, if you stay here, you can act as a marker for me to return to the present. That's what I think, at least.
So I'm like a beacon. Okay, but don't try to do anything crazy.
I won't. I promise. Give me your hand. Lend me your red strings.
Okay, so
course,
this is
it's the
why
least
we
I can
have
do.
the
If you're trying to
memory of
recreate what
her
happened, my
saving
powers
us.
should help.
Okay.
All right, let's begin.
Try to imagine it. 11 years ago at the OSF hospital. And Mother.
It's shaking. The Kunad Gate is reacting.
Do it!
Take me to Mother!
Kasane, we'll be waiting for you.
Are you okay? Yuito!
If I had taken a wrong turn...
You'll lose the honor of our family.
You can't stay here!
I'm sorry.
You'll regret it.
I'm ready.
It's her.
ready yet, Yuito?
Not yet, Mommy! Mommy is good at hide and seek, so I have to hide really well.
Don't go too far.
I won't. Maybe over there is good.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
You're giving away your location.
Where could Yuito be?
This works. I'll be okay here. Mommy can't see me.
I'm going to find you right away.
Mommy?
Ah, boy.
Huh. Who is that?
Oh, you're Kasane. Oh, Huh? One day I received a memory from the future. I saw you in Togetsu. I guess Babe won its wager. It proved the potential of the red strings. Mother, what do you mean? I don't understand. The brains of past users of the red strings are connected to Babe's core. None of them were as strong as you, though. Babe used those minds to create pseudo-red strings to transfer data across time to red strings users in the past. Transfer? So the data wasn't erased. But how do you know that? I felt a tug from my brain inside Babe. Its data was transferred into my head.
Oh boy.
Is that even possible? Babe took a risk so that its plan wouldn't be foiled. A huge amount of data was transferred into me. It felt like my head was split open and I fainted. When I woke up, I was astonished at the information I was given. Even so, I'm sure I wasn't sent all the information. That's how I learned that you were alive and well. This isn't the moment for reminiscing, though. I'm sure you're short on time. Thank you, Mother. I want you to tell me what you know about the Kunad Gate. Is Yuito's death really the only way to destroy it?
Huh?
Uh-oh.
Yes, it is. As long as Yuito lives, the world will be destroyed by the Kunad Gate.
Death? Why?
Which is exactly why I made the proper preparations for that not to happen. Now, while the red strings are active, is my only chance to try it. Bring me to your time.
Huh?
All right. I don't know the reason why, but I'll do what you say.
Mommy? Where are you going?
Wait. First, I have to find Yuito. Find him? We're playing hide and seek. It's all right. He's hiding right over there. I finally finished the device to protect Yuito from memory damage. Is that the ear cuff that Yuito still wears? It's actually a tag the OSF hospital made to manage special patients. But this is a special order. If you swap this for the one Yuito is wearing now, he'll be all right. Then we'll go to the future.
I'll be all right. If that happens, Mommy will go somewhere. With that lady. I don't want her to go.
Okay, then we need to get Yuito. Oh, Yuito, wait!
What is wrong with you people?
Get to a shelter! Hurry! You there! Where's your mother? Isn't she here?
My mommy is...
Don't look! Get to the shelter, understood?
Oh boy.
It's gonna eat me.
Oh my god!
Yuito! Yuito, don't move! I made it. Just in time. I'm sorry. Explaining will take too long. Just let me put this on you. You see, Wakana... Your mom asked me to make sure you wear it.
Yeah. Okay.
You have to live. No matter what.
Are you all right?
Is anyone hurt?
Get this child to safety. He's Joe Sumeragi's son.
Understood. Come this way.
Well, now he's easier to
Are you okay?
get to a shelter.
Yuito, are you okay? Yuito, snap out of it.
That's right. I remember now. It was Kasane. She's the one who saved me back then. Oh, right. Kasane!
It's the same as the vision Babe showed us, which means...
Mom? Why are you here? What's going on?
Yuito... Mother!
We'll talk later. Her brain must be under a lot of stress. Let's find a place to rest.
But won't she be pulled back to her time while resting?
Don't worry. Though weak, I am a user of the red strings.
We need to hurry back to the hideout.
Wakana should be fine once she has some sleep. There's no damage done to her brain. It seems like it was just exhaustion.
Good. I'm glad it's not serious.
She said she could stay in this time for a while, so let's give her some rest.
If it's true that Wakana has Babe's research data, then that's a hopeful sign.
That reminds me. There was something we talked about inside Babe that had me curious. They were making others, but is that the same metamorphosis technique as New Himuka?
It might be. It's very likely that Naomi was shot with a special bullet that contained other particles. I never could figure out how much New Himuka actually understood about them.
But if they have the technique to incorporate other particles into a bullet, they should be able to do something about the extinction belt.
Why
If
would they
neither
want
New
that?
Himuka nor Togetsu can do it, managing it must be very difficult. Perhaps it has something to do with the amount of particles.
The extinction belt is made of other particles, right? So the others that fall from the sky must have been some kind of animal before.
It's not birds. We learned it's in the stratosphere. But then, what animals could they be?
Well, they most likely came from outer space. Outside the extinction belt. Like the moon.
You're almost right. There's a moon station on the outer edge of the extinction belt that contains genetic information of many animals, or so they say.
So the others falling to Earth was instigated by the moon too. That means no matter how much we fight, the others will be born infinitely.
That's so awful. How could they do that?
So we need to blow
to
up
the
the
people
moon.
on Earth. It's unforgivable.
Very. But I'm sure the people on the moon were desperate to escape metamorphosis. Not that I'm saying you should forgive them for that or anything. With the moon's technology, they should have been able to counter it, but there was no way they could save the entire population.
It's in Dr. Pope's memories, too. People terrified of
Well, we have to wait a while to talk to Akana. So can't we just slack off? I mean, take a break?
You don't have to correct yourself. Slack off all you want. We'll save all the talk for after my mother wakes up.
Stand by phase 10.
The circumstances aren't.
I don't feel like reading that. Okay, that's efficient.
Fortunate, but it's good you got to see your mom again.
Yeah, but it's all so sudden. I don't know what to say to her.
It's been years. You must have a lot of things you want to talk to her about, right?
And there's a lot of people.
What should I say to Mom when she wakes up? There's so much I want to talk to her about.
Bond episode.
Arashi hasn't mentioned the forced break program to me once since then. I wonder why she wanted to make it in the first place. She said it was to help people like me rest. She also said I was just like someone... I know! I'll call that person up. She isn't going to like this, but if it helps get the issue out... Hey, Arashi. Remember how you told me that I was like Major General Fubuki?
Oh, that? I can't believe you remember that. Yeah, you two are alike. Especially how earnest and naive you are.
You told me to rest and relax because being too earnest wasn't good. But I think those words and the forced break program were meant for him.
That's an interesting idea. What makes you think that?
There's a lot of reasons, but I guess seeing him work until he collapsed sealed the deal. Whenever I see him, I do think he really needs someone to force him to rest. If that's the case, I think you should be telling all of this to him instead of me.
Even if you're right, that sounds like a pain.
I thought you'd say that. I'm sorry for doing this behind your back. But I invited Major General Fubuki here. He should arrive any minute now.
What?
I received a message from Yuito. He said you wanted to talk to me, Arashi?
Fubuki? I had no idea you were so nosy, Yuito.
You're the one who started this by trying to force me to rest, so consider this payback.
I can't believe you.
Arashi, Yuito, what's going on?
Sorry, Fubuki, but I don't really have anything to talk to you about.
Arashi, come on.
I mean, there's a lot of things I could say. However, I know it's wrong to push my own values on you. I won't criticize or deny the way you live just because we think differently. I suppose I was conceited to think that I was always right.
I'm surprised to hear you say that.
Really? It's the conclusion I drew from my latest experiment.
Experiment?
Yeah, it was pretty enjoyable. It's all thanks to the wonderful test subject I had. In other words, you just have to follow your gut.
Arashi.
Arashi.
Just don't push yourself too hard. I can't support you if you collapse. Like, physically.
I know. Thank you.
Sorry, maybe I did stick my nose where it didn't belong.
That's alright. That was surprisingly cathartic. I've been avoiding that conversation because I thought it was too much of a pain. Seems like I had a lot I kept bottled up inside. I feel a bit better now.
Really? Well, that's good.
So here's a token of my appreciation. Take it.
Appreciation? My vision!
It's the light version of the break program. It starts spinning your vision so you'll...
I'm getting dizzy.
Yes, that was awesome! How's that for relaxing, Yuito?
You're actually pissed, aren't you?
Looks like you're working hard. I don't think it's a good idea. You don't care enough. When you know your own strength and rest when you need it, you'll be a better soldier. There's a lot of people who will be...
Okay. Got large pot and ladle as a pursuit. Okay.
You have potential. However, you should not overdo it.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll be careful.
Yuito, I need to talk to you.
Now what?
No! I don't want anyone else to hear. We're going to Musubi's, come on.
Hey, wait, I didn't agree. So, what do you want?
We had an argument last time.
Yeah, I remember. You don't want to pick up where we left off.
No, I don't. I was too emotional before, so I'm sorry.
Oh, how nice.
I said I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I called you a pampered little boy. But when you lost both your parents, then almost lost your memory. You've had...
Well, when you say it like that...
Will you accept my...
Yeah.
Just to be clear, I'm only apologizing for what I was wrong about. It's true that you're a dimwit, so I won't apologize for that.
Can't he be a little...
Speaking of hardships, you said you were a dud. Do you actually know...
Huh?
Do you really understand that? You say it like it doesn't affect you. They have it harder than even civilians. They're powerless.
Well, it's kind of unclear. Wait.
No? I can't understand how you could say that so lightly.
God,
no matter what the official stance is, people without powers are discriminated against. It doesn't matter if... No matter how much they flatter you to your face.
I know that people... There are people who see me for me.
Yeah.
When I see you...
I'll take that as a compliment.
It's not that I want to whine. There are things I'm not pleased about. I've worked so hard, but my real ability still isn't...
Oh, yeah. People don't see how hard I work because I...
Huh. Way to be I'll give you some advice. If you feel like you're not being appreciated, then get so strong that people have to. That's the only way.
Wow.
Unexpectedly?
I just always thought you were...
Stop it.
Yeah, we're not alike at all.
What?
If you had been nicer about your advice before... I had trouble listening.
Of course it was.
Yeah, I think...
Sure. You're not doing...
Wait.
What kind of person do you think I am? Also...
Don Pickle. The hell?
Have you learned to appreciate how... amazing I am?
I think you're great, Shiden. I've always thought that.
Kasane... And...
I didn't really talk to Kasane about the fact that the person who raised her was my mother. Hey, Kasane.
Sure.
I wanted to talk to you about my mother.
Yes. Will you come with me?
I
thought it would be best to talk somewhere private. I also want to get some combat in.
So you want to get some field training? Great.
This isn't a...
Good. Then we'll leave in an hour. We don't get to...
God.
Looks like we took care of most of the others.
Oh.
She's not saying anything. Maybe she doesn't like some of the vegetables. Or maybe I tried too hard? I was going to make something simpler, but I got carried away. Is it too much?
It's fine. It tastes fine too.
Thanks. So...
You're the one that called my mother Mom.
That's the same... No, wait. I guess she raised you first.
Mother raised me when she was in Togetsu. Then she had you and your brother in Suo.
That means you're like my big sister then.
Wait a minute. Why am I your big sister?
You were raised first, so that means you're older than me.
Oh, I guess you're right. I hadn't thought about it that much.
She is rather indifferent sometimes. Well, we really don't pay attention to actual age in the OSF.
I don't have memories from when Mother went away until I was adopted by the Randalls.
That's when my brother and I were born, so it must have been about 10 years. Were you in cryogenic sleep or something?
That's most likely the case. All I remember is losing my mother, and how painful it was.
Oh, right. But I was born because she left Togetsu.
Right.
Oh, sorry.
No. It's true that if Mother had stayed in
So, I guess I should call you Big Sister now?
Stop it. The only big sister I know is Naomi. It doesn't suit me.
Okay, Whew, that was quite the feat.
Yes, it was good, thanks.
It was necessary in order to save the world.
Me too. The moment I saw her face...
Neither of...
So do I.
That's hard to say.
No, I haven't had...
Yeah. But as much as I want her to...
You're right.
Yeah.
I wasn't accusing you of anything. Even if we can't be together,
I was just a kid.
as long as we have those memories, no matter how much...
I like that way of thinking.
Yes.
Really? But I am...
Yes.
Promise not to laugh, but when I actually saw her again and heard her voice, I felt a lump in my throat and almost... I actually did cry a little, though.
Why would I laugh at you for that?
I guess we've gotten a little too comfortable.
This is perfect. Let's get a workout.
Okay.
Stay on guard. It might not...
She said...
What? You...
Oh.
Oh, Yuito.
Sure.
I just wanted to thank you. It's kind of like...
I wonder if I... understand your feelings better. Communicating with someone is difficult.
Yeah, it's not like I'm good at it either, but I get what you're saying.
Okay, cover.
Hey, Kagro.
Oh, well, I've never... Of course it is. I've said a lot of things to you and dragged you...
I still have mixed feelings.
Yeah,
But that's why I want... And it was a nice break.
Huh. If that...
Less boring.
I could tell you now.
You said something less boring.
You probably shouldn't believe everything someone like me says.
Okay.
Well, you did say you wanted to understand me. Don't hesitate to ask me whatever...
Well, I do have something I've been wanting to ask.
Yeah. Everything I've worked for up till now was to stop Togetsu. For 2,000 years, that's all I lived.
Yeah. I understood that.
What's that?
You already stopped Togetsu. So what's wrong?
Oh? That's pretty sharp. You know, you're something, kid. Very innocent. Maybe too innocent.
What?
Well, everything I've told you up till now, but if there is something...
You're burned out.
It's been 2,000 years. My family, the world I know, they're all far in the past. I have nothing now. I don't feel anything. I'm I achieved the only goal I had. Now I'm just remaining in this...
I know what it feels like to lose your family. You're the one who murdered my father. You're telling me that the person who killed my family is a burned out coward?
I'm sorry if it makes you mad, but that's how I... So?
No, I don't.
I'll talk... Okay then, that's enough serious talk.
Wait, what? That was a quick turnaround.
I told you I'd take you somewhere less
you just told me not to believe what some...
Alright, today I'll show you how real men have fun in Suo. This is...
He said fun was escaping reality.
you want me to say some magic words to give you happy vibes? Hi there, I'm Baki.
You're not grasping his character.
What? But I guess your overly picky criticism means...
You can call me a trusted partner.
It's hard to tell if you're serious or not. I do count on you, though.
Well, back up. Oh my god. Left upside.
Yuito, do you have a minute? There's something...
What's the matter?
Let's go to Masubi's. I'll tell you everything there.
What was it that you were hiding from me?
I couldn't tell you before because I was scared of what you'd think of me. A long time ago, Togetsu ordered me to monitor your mother, Wakana Sumeragi.
My mom?
Yes. Right after she escaped from Togetsu, they sent me into Suo. I spied on her and reported everything to them. Her movements, her life, and her family.
I see. That's why you knew about my childhood.
I'm sorry for not telling you sooner.
No, I'm glad you told me. I'm surprised, but I'm sure you didn't have a choice.
Thank you. I don't know if this can make up for it, but I'll answer anything you want to know.
Let's see. Okay. I'm a little embarrassed to ask this.
What is it?
Could you tell me more about my mom? We didn't have time to really sit down and have a conversation when she came back.
Yes, of course. Where should I start? From that romantic day your parents met?
No, you don't need to go that far. How about from the time I was born?
Let's see. You had to be kept in the hospital for a while, but you were such a cute baby. Your mother was always by your side, watching over you. While you and your brother grew, I think your mother always sensed Togetsu in the shadows. Still, she continued basking you in love, never showing any sign of fear or worry. She was an incredible person.
Do you think you were watching over us like my mom did?
Huh?
Just... the way you were talking about it made it sound like you kept a watchful eye on us. I'm sorry if I was wrong.
You're right. I may have gotten a little attached. I mean, I've been watching your family for years. I still wish Wakana could have lived like that forever. However, I couldn't even imagine going against Togetsu at the time. All I could do was watch.
You don't need to feel responsible for that. You're not like that anymore.
Hearing you say that makes me feel like I can
Well, thank you for telling...
Yes, anytime you'd like. I have lots I want to share as well. Like the first time you walked, or when your diaper...
Hey, we don't need to go over anything like that.
I'm sorry, Yuito.
Huh?
You know, like charms and fortune-telling. I just wanted to become friends with you. From now on, I'm going to do my best to be a motherly and trustworthy sisterly figure to you.
Okay.
I think of you as family, Yuito. I hope that doesn't bother.
You. Of course not. It makes me happy. I'm glad you feel that way.
Okay. Ooh.
Yuito,
Sure, what?
we found the white flowers already.
Hmm.
Oh,
You look really disappointed.
Well,
You always help me. Not only in battle, but with the
but
Huh? Oh,
wait.
Tsugumi?
I want to be I want to be your friend.
Huh? You want to be my friend?
I've been thinking about it for a long time. You're so nice, and you listened to me. I looked for the white flowers.
Oh, that's what you were trying to say when I asked you why you were so interested in that flower on Hino Mountain.
Yeah, I didn't lie then, but the main... So, I asked if there was any other way I...
You don't have to...
So you...
What are you talking about? We're already...
What?
That's how I feel anyway. If it...
But... I can't talk normally, and I could...
Whether you're helping or not doesn't matter. Friends...
The way I talk isn't normal. I just blush and go quiet. I can't look...
Listen, it's fine if that's normal for you.
Being able to talk a lot without pausing. If you don't do that, people don't understand.
That's not true. Even if you...
Really?
I mean, you found that flower's name from the little that I remembered. Seeing all that, and who else but a friend would go through...
You think so?
Yeah, take plants for example.
Yeah.
So don't... I think you should...
That's... I always want...
Like I said, I'm your... just like that white flower. I think you should live the way that...
No.
Same here.
Yeah.
Oh, right. About the flowers.
What?
We couldn't bring back that silent snowmelt before. So, I was thinking we could find a flower that's suited for this place. Is there one that would bloom inside the hideout? And...
There are a lot. There's no direct sunlight inside the hideout.
Spatho... what?
But we should take it outside to get some sun once in a while. It's hard for flower... Soil, too. If it's not the right soil for...
I was
There are no easy plants. They're all living things.
Look at a cactus.
Got it. She looks like she's having fun. She sees me as a friend, too. Okay, I'm ready.
Sure. I'll start...
Huh?
Yuito.
You look worried.
Yes, I must conduct this with the utmost secrecy. It may be difficult to manage.
Of course I'll...
For a while now, I've been looking into the research conducted at the... During the investigation, I discovered research... I can't go into details, but it's...
So you want to infiltrate it?
Yes. It should be...
Okay.
Yes, that...
I guess fewer people...
I'm glad you under...
Ooh, gameplay? Finally? Yes. The heck is... Heck are projects? Okay.
I know it's kind of late to bring this up, but shouldn't we be hiding as we move so they don't notice us?
No, we chose an area with higher activity levels of others like last time. So I believe we will be okay. There's a chance they have strengthened security, but it should basically be deserted.
I see. I guess normal people can't pass through here.
It sprays something like oil. Don't get it on you.
Okay. Doop, 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 doop.
Give me speed! It'll work! Next! We did it!
One step closer to becoming a Septentrion.
You should be able to break the outer shell if you keep attacking.
Here we go!
Hey! Thanks for the help! Let's overpower them!
I can do this!
If your body begins to burn with fire, it'll drain your health, so be careful.
Come on.
See if you can use it.
Zoop.
Looks like there's a resource reading.
Doop.
Keep it up! Next! Here we go! Keep it up!
Okay. Doop.
Now, Luca!
Down. Down.
Crush you! Let's go!
We'll protect you.
We'll do this together! Arashi, thanks!
I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks.
Got it. Go ahead.
Shell breach confirmed. Put the pressure on.
Doop. And doop.
That was brilliant. You got the hang of this. We'll be able to move forward if we use my power, Yuito.
There are more others than I expected. If we take too much time getting there, they may detect us and move the research.
Ah.
I'm glad I came.
I apologize if this sounds hard. While I was observing you, I feared that I might lose.
Oh.
Yes, I began looking into the research the government did on power. I was hoping I would discover.
Is that why you asked for my help?
Yes, since you already know my secret. It was rather selfish for me.
Don't worry about it. I'm happy you asked me to help, no matter the reason.
Unfortunately, no.
You don't mean...
Yes. It's data on eradicating psionic hormones from human brains with drugs and It seems their plan was to use it as a weapon to
And now Seiron is
If it's implemented, it'll be a huge threat to the OSF. And many more people will face discrimination as duds.
We have to stop this research.
Leave it to me!
You're so amazing. You investigated the laboratory all by yourself, and even carried out an infiltration. Plan.
I may not look like it, but I have been on many OS.
Wow. Need to go down. Okay.
Staff missions in my life. Now, it is too early to relax. Our mission isn't over yet.
Oh my god. Here. Oh my god. Nope, 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 nope. Okay.
Is this the lab researching the stolen data?
It should be. It seems no one is here. Let's get this done. What is this? No.
What's wrong?
It seems Seiron's research has already progressed further than I expected. This is a plan to disperse the drug indiscriminately and turn an entire city into duds. If they use this, they may be able to turn all humans in New Himuka into duds.
What is Seiron thinking? Delete that right now. What's the matter? Delete the data, Luca.
I just had a strange thought. Have you ever wondered what the world would be like if there were no powers?
What are you saying?
I've thought about it all my life. Our society is fixated on the superiority of powers. Whether you have powers or not decides your fate. But if all humans were duds, no one would ever have to worry about powers again. How much tragedy have you seen that would never have happened if there were no powers?
Calm down. Do you understand what you're saying?
I do.
Then you know that no tragedy will be prevented by a weapon like that. People cause those tragedies, not powers. Taking them away won't solve anything. I know this has been bothering you. I get worried when I think I might lose my power too. But that doesn't make it right to take them all away. You're the one that is most fixated on the superiority of powers.
I apologize. That was a bad...
Huh?
Don't worry. I've deleted all data related to the research.
That's a relief.
Let's go back. It's dangerous to teleport with so many others.
Yeah. The way he was talking, even if it was a joke, he sounded kind of serious. He must have been really hurting to be tempted by it.
Our mission is
I'm glad nothing happened.
I was only... I'll be honest with you.
What?
It was more jealousy than hatred. We're both duds. But your family... I thought that you could never really understand how...
Oh.
You don't need to apologize. What you said before made something clear to me. We see the world differently because we've lived different lives. And because of that, I think there are things I could learn from you. You're right. I'm embarrassed to have acted like such a child.
No. I'm glad you told me how you really feel.
You certainly are honest to a fault. Perhaps I could learn that as well. So, should we run back to the hideout?
What? It's pretty far.
Stamina is just as important.
That's not what I meant.
Ugh. Oh. Relax, of course. Ugh.
Training. Guess I have to finish it now that we've started.
It sprayed something like oil. Don't get it on you.
You need help?
This thanks to my power. Ooh, that's a big blaze. Keep it up. Water attack? Getting wet limits your mobility, so be careful.
That's a good decision.
Found a weak spot. Yeah.
Come on. Help me, Kyoka!
Using Luca's teleportation would make this easier.
Deal with it.
That's a fast one. Use SAS, Yuito. Fight speed with speed.
Leave it to me!
You've improved considerably lately. Keep it up.
Oop.
Use it well.
is Arashi's hypervelocity.
Here's my strength!
Arashi, thanks!
And I died.
Oh, you can get something rare if you defeat that fast other.
You can do it!
That attack worked. That must be a weak spot. I hate getting my clothes wet. Get down. Give it everything you've got.
I'll leave it to you.
Oh man, it got away. Oh well, you'll get it next time.
Keep it up.
Let's overpower them!
Who were you?
Go do your thing.
Shiden's electrokinesis might be effective.
Now! What?
Oh my god.
It was thanks to my power.
Oh.
I'm soaked. That enemy is stunned.
Got it. Go ahead. That's a good decision.
Where are you?
Hide your daughters, because now there are two of me. No, don't attack the real me, though.
You got the hang of this.
I'm with you.
I'll lend you my strength.
Use my fire.
Not bad.
Now, Luca!
I'll leave it to you.
See if you can use it.
We'll protect you.
You're a genius.
Great try. Rest a bit.
Well.
Don't be so reckless. Thanks. Sorry for the trouble.
We got this!
Pay attention.
I need your eyes.
Did we make it?
You're so fast. Thanks, Archie.
You can do it.
This is bad.
Rest a bit.
You guys good? This is bad.
Yep. Okay. They're all level 80.
Is that your time yet?
Oh my god.
Thanks. Sorry for the trouble.
Leave it to me.
We'll protect you. You lead.
Here we go. Let's overpower them.
That's a good decision.
You can deal with it.
Give me your power, Shiden.
My training is paying off.
Hey, snap out of it. Sorry, Shiden.
Here we go.
Just right.
Go do your thing.
Help me, Kyoka.
I'll leave it to you.
Use my fire!
Still
Are you hurt? Shouldn't be. That was pretty cool. Thanks.
My fault.
Now, Luca.
I'll lend you my strength.
Yep.
We can still do this.
Understood, Kasane.
Here we go.
Can't lose.
I'm taking this, Shiden.
You can deal with it.
Keep it up.
Let's overpower them.
That's a good decision.
Did we make it?
Oh boy.
You're so fast. Thanks, Archie. Yurito, a member is in danger.
Shit.
Don't die on me, Yurito.
started. That was good.
Let's do this, Navi! Here you go!
We'll protect you.
Not bad, I guess.
Give me speed! Here we go!
Take it!
I can hit it!
Come on! Out!
You're done!
Genius!
Got it. Go ahead.
Double the power! Here we go!
That's a rare other. Ooh, it's time for my power, Yuito. Water attack? Getting wet limits your mobility, so be careful.
Keep it up.
Maybe I'll use Arashi's hypervelocity.
Okay, you took down a jewel pool.
I'm taking the sheet end.
You're getting better, Yuito.
Use it well.
I'll lend you my strength.
I need your eyes.
Curious how the outputs are. Okay, so I get like one per. Nope, not.
I'm sorry I made you all worry.
Are you all right?
I'm fine, and we have to hurry back to the Kunad Gate.
We're going back there again? Do you know what we can do about it, Mother?
Yes. We must get rid of the entanglements in the Kunad Gate, or the world will eventually be destroyed.
Entanglements? What are they?
We should head to the Kunad Gate before I explain it further.
Okay. Then we'll go to the Kunad Highway. Everyone get ready. Mom, you can have a seat here.
Thank you. You got so big.
Huh?
You joined the OSF. How's Kaito? Are you getting along with your older brother?
He's good.
Oh. Can you tell me what's happening in your time, in the present?
And that's basically it. The only other thing is the existence of the Kunad Gate.
Thank you. Along with Babe's data, I think I understand a lot now. Are we almost ready to leave?
Oh, yeah, we are. Mom?
You're just like your father.
Huh? No. Kaito is the one who looks like Dad.
I'm not talking about your face. Yuito, About your father... I'm sorry I didn't tell you what he was doing. He did awful things, but it was him that saved me from... Kaito said he would change this country too. He's wanted to be a politician ever since... But I guess he could only take your father's path as well.
Kaito did, but I...
It's all right. You and Kaito are your... I know you'll make up someday.
Right.
Right, how much will we bet now that we have to kill our brother?
Things are moving fast, but I'm hoping you can tell us how to deal with the Kunad Gate. You said something about entanglements?
Ultimately, Yuito and Kasane have to enter the Kunad Gate and unravel the entanglements. What I'm telling you here is just a concept. The traces interfering with time should look like tangled red threads. According to Togetsu's theory, whenever you jump through time, a dimensional hole like the Kunad Gate is created, but it should then disappear. The reason this hasn't disappeared is because Yuito and Kasane's powers resonated. The Kunad Gate is different from the theorized gates in that it's persisting in a distorted state. Using a distorted gate for a time jump creates entanglements. If you can unravel those entanglements, you can close the Kunad Gate.
Distorted? I don't really get it yet. But when you say enter the Kunad Gate, do you mean go into that hole in the sky?
That strange space. Is it inside the Kunad Gate? You saw it too, when the gate first opened.
Oh, that place with all the weird images?
That's right. That strange space that Kasane mentioned exists inside the Kunad Gate. It is a concept of space that only exists for those with the red string's power. Togetsu called it the Chronos Terminal.
Perhaps it's a kind of station or junction point for traveling through time.
So only Yuito and Kasane can perceive it. I guess that explains why we didn't notice it when we jumped to the future.
When there is time contact between 2020, when the gate was made, and another time, entanglements are created.
Time contact? Is that any different from time travel?
It's a broader definition of time travel. Even if you don't arrive at that time, even if you just attempt. Basically, if someone with the red string's power even touches that time, there is a trace. That is time contact. The only way to actually see which times have entanglements is for the two of you to go and check for yourselves.
So I guess the only thing we can do is leave it to Yuito and Kasane.
Even if we find the entanglements, we won't know how to unravel them until we see them.
The Chronos Terminal is conceptualized by your powers, so you'll know how to unravel them. Not with reason, but with intuition. Also, I'm weak, but I can use the red strings, so I'll support you from here.
Okay, so we just need to use the red strings again and enter the Chronos Terminal.
I'm going with you this time.
You don't know what kind of dangers will be there. Make sure you're ready before you go.
If it gets dangerous, you both come right back.
Don't worry, we will. Just take care of my mother. Keep her safe.
It's all right. Don't worry. We will protect Wakana.
All right, we don't have much time. Let me know when you're ready.
Mom, I saw you again after all these years, but we haven't really talked. I get that the situation won't allow it, but...
Yeah, well, that's just good.
Good to go, Kasane?
I'm ready.
Focus your consciousness together. Picture the site of the Chronos Terminal.
To the Kronos terminal.
We will unravel those entanglements. It looks like we actually made it. Are each of those images connected to different times?
We can't just stand around. We have to search for the entanglements.
I guess it's nothing new when it's your third time. So, how do we find them? I don't feel anything yet.
This is... It must be Mother.
Is she guiding us? Let's go! Others?
How are they inside the Kronos terminal?
Calm down. That place is built from your consciousness. It's an imaginary world. It is a very unstable place. Your fear and anxiety, all of your emotions affected. The memories of your past made others appear.
So basically, you're saying that these others were created by our mental immaturity.
That makes us sound pretty lame. But if we made them, we can take them down too.
I know the two of you can handle it, but be careful.
So if our consciousness has made it, is this other an illusion? It sure looks real.
As long as your brain thinks so, it's the same as if it was. We have to fight it.
This is bad. Let's regroup.
Thanks. I can fight it. Now, Yuito!
Loot. Okay.
Nice. It's burning.
We'll do this together.
We did it.
Give me your power, Shiden. Help me, Kyoka! Thanks for the help! I can hit it! Go! Finish it! Damn! With everything! Let's go!
Okay.
Hey, do you feel something?
Yeah, it's like my head is buzzing. It's weird.
Doop, 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 doop.
This is the old OSF hospital on that day in 2009. It's an entanglement.
Yeah. I don't understand it, but I can feel it. This is definitely it. If we want to successfully unravel this, then I'm betting that we have to use the red strings, our power.
Yes, I feel it too. We should be able to make this work.
Another one!
Let's hold it off while we unravel the entanglement.
All right. I know we can do it. Right, Yuito?
Give me speed! Yeah, right. Let's go!
Here we go!
You can do it!
Oil. Watch out for fire. You can't give up.
Screw you.
That attack worked!
This should work.
That must be a weak spot.
Screw you.
Give it everything you got.
Keep it up. It should work.
Huh.
This should work.
This will make the Kunad Gate disappear.
Hey, Kasane. That day, I never got the chance to thank you properly. So, thank you for saving me.
What? That came out of nowhere.
You were the one that saved me 11 years ago at the hospital, right? I remember it perfectly now. I used to be a dud, and then all of a sudden I had powers. My power awakening? I think it was because you shared yours with me.
What? Powers aren't something you can just share.
Yeah, I know what I'm saying sounds silly, but if it were possible, it was thanks to meeting you that day that I'm still alive, and have reached my goal of getting into the OSF. That's what I think, so... thanks for saving me.
You're welcome. Is that what I'm supposed to say?
You look totally confused, but that's okay. I think it's unraveled now. Everyone is probably worried about us.
Mother's power. I can still feel it.
So,
Yeah, it wouldn't be that
there's
easy.
more than one entanglement?
If so, it's simple. We just have to unravel all of them.
Right. Okay, let's go.
We did unravel that entanglement, right?
I think so. But something still feels off.
Yeah,
So you
I
feel
can see it.
too. Something's bothering me. There's another one.
Is that 50 years in the future? That should be gone.
Go do your thing.
This is the other that attacked Yuito.
Got it. Go ahead.
Double the power!
That enemy is stunned.
Here we go! Here we go!
This is bad.
Come on.
We won't back down!
We got this!
You can do it!
That attack worked. There must be a weak spot.
That's a good decision.
Let's overpower them! Archie, thanks!
Keep it up. Come on.
Here we go!
Damn.
More!
It should work. I think that's all of them.
Have you ever thought of what you'd do if you could change history?
You mean by traveling to the past? That would just create new entanglements, though, wouldn't it?
I mean, after the Kunad Gate is gone. If you could use the red strings freely.
Well, yeah. I mean, sure, I've thought about it. If I had done this, or hadn't done that, something would have changed. When Nagi asked, what should I have done differently, I just couldn't come up with an answer.
So, do you want to use the red strings to change the past?
No, I don't. Because even if you change the past, you won't know how it will affect the future. Nagi might not have gotten caught up in all of this if he wasn't my friend. If he hadn't joined the... If I mess with the past that much, and it's not just Nagi, if you change the past...
It's not something that one person can burden them.
I don't think it's right to only care about what you wish. There's a lot that I still...
I know it was a silly question. I'm actually surprised. Or maybe I'm just relieved.
Oh.
Before, I would have answered differently.
Yeah, I know what you mean. You know, we actually have a lot in common.
I think it's a little early.
Yay, even
This
more.
is Mom's.
But all the time periods we traveled to. Now,
2,000
I'll be
years in the
okay.
past.
I'm probably...
we should hurry.
You only traveled to those 2 times, right?
Yes, I think those are the only ones.
Isn't that...
The Sumeragi crest. That's it. This is the image I saw at the start.
right? Yakumo Sumeragi's crest. It seems like a time entanglement appeared then. What? How?
Former Major General Karin.
So they're going to keep coming.
We need to unravel the entanglement.
Help me, Kyoka! Come on! You need help? Give me speed! Here we go! Leave it to me, Gemma! Is everyone okay?
Ow.
You got the hang of this. Leave it to me! I have to do this!
I'll take care of it! I'll protect you all! I'll destroy everything! Now go, go, go! Take this guy out now! I'll protect you all! I'll destroy...
Okay.
Us, together.
Nope.
It should work.
Nope. Nope. Okay, that was all.
Okay, that should...
Yuito? This is bad. I don't think I can take much more either.
So, did we do it? That should be all of them, right?
Probably, but something doesn't feel right. Karin and Yakumo Sumeragi. What happened to them?
Damn it. I'm blacking.
Yuito, Kasane!
Mom?
Mother.
Where am I?
Oh good, you're awake. It seems like we made it back.
What's going on? The Kunad Gate, why hasn't it disappeared?
Well...
Good job, you two. It's all okay now.
What? But...
Mother, we unraveled the entanglements, so why?
Leave the rest to me.
What?
Thank you for growing up so strong. You've made a lot of wonderful friends. Those connections are much more valuable than any red string. Treasure them for the rest of your life.
Mother?
Mom. You can't go back to the past.
If you go back, Toketsu will...
It has to be done. Forgive me. The longer I remain here, the more painful it will be.
No, hold on! There's still so much that I need to say!
Mother! Yuito. Kasane. Live on. Knowing you're happy is all that I could ask for.
So today is the day. I may give you my brain, but you can't have my memories of the future. Kaito. Yuito. Kasane.
The body has been confirmed as the target, Wakana. Current theory for cause of death is cerebral overload due to a malfunction in the personality rehabilitation device. We believe an irreversible memory wipe was conducted. There is significant damage to the memory regions in her brain. Following protocol and retrieving her brain.
I see. There was an entanglement from when Mom time traveled.
Mother.
She explained it to us earlier when the two of you were gone. The Kunad Gate wouldn't disappear as long as she was still present in this time.
We have a message she left for the two of you. Let me send it to you now. Wakana knew from the start that she was...
She held back her feelings so she could part with you with no...
I'm sorry.
Apparently, the entanglement will unravel when Wakana returns to the past.
Hey, don't be so down. I'm not saying that because I'm worried about you. I said that because it affects...
I know she would have wanted to talk to the both of you some more, but she thought spending...
Okay.
Wakana wasn't from this time period, so her situation was different than yours. The uneasy feeling I had when we unraveled the entanglements 11 years ago was because Mother's entanglement still remained.
That's strange. Wakana has returned, so how come it didn't disappear? Have all the entanglements truly been unraveled?
All the entanglements we felt we unraveled. The ones 11 years ago, 50 years in the future, and the one during Yakumo Sumeragi's time period.
What? What does Yakumo Sumeragi's time period have to do with anything?
I think one formed when we witnessed Yakumo's assassination.
What are you talking about? Yakumo was severely injured in an accident, but he wasn't assassinated.
We don't really understand it either, but we saw Yakumo Sumeragi being killed by Karin.
What did you say?
We were busy dealing with the entanglement, but yeah, there's no doubt in my mind that that was former Major General Karin.
He copied Kasane's power. Yuito, if he also copied your power.
But he didn't copy my... He could have time traveled by resonating Kasane's power with mine.
So it hasn't disappeared because of the entanglement Karin created when he traveled back to Yakumo's time period?
But the two of you couldn't find an entanglement. How do you expect to unravel something you can't find?
Karin can unravel his own entanglement. Yes, exactly. The only thing we can do is take Karin to the Chronos terminal and have him unravel the entanglement himself.
Wataru, can you check Karin's location?
I figured you'd ask, so I've been working on it. I've got nothing. I can't find him at all. It's like he's disappeared.
Supposing that he's traveled to Yakumo's time period, that would mean he's in the past. That's where you're going to find him.
Oh boy.
Are you too sure the people you saw were really Karin and Yakumo?
We're sure. We could see their faces clearly. Actually, we only saw Karin's face.
But that was Yakumo. I mean, he had the same mask on as all the depictions of him.
Ah, yes, that's it, the mask. That explains everything.
That's it?
Kagero, explain.
Please.
Whoa, Sugumi, calm down. So, you know how Yakumo started wearing the mask because of the injuries he sustained? Rumor was, sometime after the accident, he suddenly stopped appearing in front of people and his whole personality just changed.
Whole personality changed.
Like he was replaced.
You're not suggesting...
The real Yakumo was assassinated by Karin from the future, and Karin took his place by putting on the mask?
It doesn't matter. Either way, we still need to travel back to 2,000 years ago to check.
Actually, no. We might not have to travel at all. You all saw my brother's video, right? Don't you remember what he said? Yakumo Sumeragi is alive! What are you... He is asleep, deep beneath Suo. Even now, he is waiting for his revenge!
Right. Cold sleep. Just like Kaguro.
If Yakumo is in cold sleep under Suo, then we can find out the truth by meeting him directly. If former Major General Karin replaced him, then he'll be the one down there in cold sleep. I'm not entirely certain as to why he did what he did. But we can talk to him and have him help us unravel the entanglement.
Do we know where he's sleeping, though? I mean, Arahabaki is the only area I can think of that's under Suo.
I mean, Sumeragi Tomb is the first place I thought of where Yakumo would be. Do you think he would really be in such a heavily trafficked place, though?
How about it, Yuito? It's your family's tomb.
Yeah, that makes sense. But I've never even been inside the building before. The head of the family is responsible for watching over Sumeragi Tomb. I might be able to find something out if I talk to my brother.
The Chief. Do you think he'll listen to us?
Actually, I've been trying to reach my brother's terminal, but I'm not getting through. There's a chance he might have blocked me. Wataru, can you ask Major General Fubuki to talk to my brother? I doubt he'd refuse a call from a Major General.
Okay, leave it to me. I just don't know how soon I'll get a response.
Wanna stop by our hideout then? I'm sure Yuito and Kasane could use the rest.
Good idea. It would be smart to rest while we can.
Thanks, Gemma. All right, let's head back.
Welcome back. I messaged Major General Fubuki. He said it might take some time to get in touch with the Chief.
Thanks, Wataru.
I also asked about Major General Karin, but apparently Major General Fubuki doesn't know anything either.
I see. Then I guess he really is in the past.
We don't have any other leads at the moment, so let's hope he's in Sumeragi Tomb.
I don't think I've spoken to Hanabi lately.
That should... Got it.
Are you going somewhere, Shiden?
Yeah, I'm going to see the thunderclouds.
Thunderclouds? Is there a storm?
Apparently these are the biggest in decades. This is a chance to see real lightning. It's a little dangerous, but I can't pass it up.
Wow. Now that I think of it, I've only ever seen images of real lightning.
Oh, I don't mind if you tag along, if you're interested.
Sounds fun.
All right, then get ready.
I've never seen him this excited.
See those big black clouds over there? Those are thunderclouds.
Wow, cool. The clouds look like mountains. So the lightning will come from there?
The forecast said it should be soon. I wonder what kind of lightning it'll be.
You really like lightning, don't you? Is it because of your power?
Yeah, it feels familiar. And it might give me a clue for using my power. I also love the remote and powerful image of lightning. I'd like to be like that.
Remote and powerful. That does sound like him.
Oh, a lightning strike! Did you see that?
Yeah, that's crazy. I just kind of tagged along, but this is way better than I expected. Whoa, that was close. I saw it so clearly. Hey, Shiden, lightning is really cool.
Damn right. What did you expect?
All right, now hold your sword up in the air,
so proud?
and you'll catch the lightning.
Beautiful. That powerful light. I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah. The clouds are breaking up. It's over. That was awesome.
It was.
You seem down. Are you sad that it's gone?
Yeah. But it got me thinking, too. Compared to that awesome force, my power is nothing.
Well, you're up against a natural phenomenon. Of course a human can't stand up to that.
I know that. It's not just lightning. Even compared to other people, I'm weak. I wanted to be as strong as Captain Seto someday. I thought if I worked hard, I could be a Septentrion. I worked for years like that, but I still have no title. I'm still just Shiden. I know that I'm stronger than I was before, but maybe this is as strong as I'm going to get.
That's not like you. Is earning the title of Septentrion that important?
Of course it is. It's the OSF's proof of strength. If I have it, no one can say I'm not good enough.
I don't disagree that the Septentrions are amazing, but there are powerful people like Arashi that don't have any special titles. You're strong too. I think so, and so does everybody else. Isn't that enough?
I want more solid proof of my strength, so that everyone has to accept it. The reason everyone appreciated Captain Seto wasn't just because of his strength in battle. He was able to move people. He encouraged them, and made them brave. He had strengths that I don't have. My plan was to use this mask once I thought I had reached his level. But if that day won't come, then maybe I shouldn't have it.
Don't say that. Captain Seto had it made just for you.
He had this mask made because he thought I would become strong like him. As long as I can't meet those expectations, I can't wear it.
Don't be stupid. That's not Captain Seto's mask. It's your mask. So you have to use it. You don't have to be like him.
What?
I look up to him too, but his strength is different from ours, just like you said. And it's fine that it's different. Each of us are strong in our own ways.
Strong in my own way. Pretty wise words for a rookie.
I was being a little arrogant, but you know what I mean.
In his message, Captain Seto did say that I should trust my own strength. He knew even back then what I was lacking. It looks like I've been worrying about the wrong things. Lightning's beauty isn't meant to be compared to anyone else. And it doesn't exist to receive a title. It just exists. And it's known throughout the world. That's the strength I need.
You look like you feel better.
I wasn't feeling bad in the first place. I was just a little confused. But not anymore.
That mask suits you.
Of course it does. It was made for me. I guess I should thank you. I won't say this is thanks to you, but if we hadn't talked, my mind wouldn't have changed.
Well, you're welcome. If you keep this up, it won't be long before you're a Septentrion.
No, I don't need some worn-out title like Septentrion anymore. I want to be more. The best of the best. A title from someone else wouldn't suit me. My name itself will be synonymous with strength.
So the highest title in the OSF will be Shiden? I don't think anyone would want that.
That's fine. That strength is only for me to achieve.
I don't think that's quite right either, but I get the gist of it. Then I'll do my best to be the strongest Yuito.
Now there's a title that's far from your reach. You have a lot of work to do.
A mess.
Hey, don't overdo it.
Yeah.
That was awfully straightforward. Listen, I'm not being friendly. What are you doing? I hate when you make that
It's good being able to push each other to greater heights. I'm not necessarily talking about us, though. Yeah. But I'm hoping our relationship is like that.
Understand.
Do you have a second, Yuito? There's somewhere I'd like to take you.
Okay.
A cemetery near Sumeragi Tomb. I'm going to go pay respects to my friend Masaki. There wasn't a body we could bury, but his brother added his name to the family grave.
So he has a proper grave. Yeah, let's go. Are you sure you don't need more time?
No, this was enough. I was thinking about what went down at Mizuhigawa.
Yeah. We only found one truck's worth, but I'm sure there were many more.
They say that many retired soldiers die quickly or go missing. I thought it was just... But it could be all the government's doing, trying to secure...
I wouldn't be surprised if the government did that. It's...
They use what's useful and discard what isn't. People are... But we aren't tools. We have a chance for another life. I won't forgive them for taking away that possibility and
I feel the same. That's the way they treat it.
You mean Nagi?
Yeah. He and Masaki... We need to end these types of things.
I thought that my role in the OSF was ending. But it looks like there's this giant task still left. I want to right this nation's wrongs and protect the future. As someone who is still remaining.
You're not planning on doing that all by yourself, are you? I'd like to help too.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
Don't mention it. Well, shall we head back to the hideout?
Wait, there's somewhere I want to stop by.
Okay.
I wanted to go to this restaurant, but I couldn't bring myself to go.
Surprise original gyoza Suzaku. That's an impressive sounding place.
I became more interested in food since our last excursion. I started looking up trendy new restaurants on food websites when I have time.
So, you have a new hobby. Is it nearby?
Yeah. I realized when I looked at the website that Masaki and I used to go there together all the time. The restaurant's name and atmosphere completely changed after the previous owner died, so I hadn't visited since. But there's no point in only looking at the past. I have to try the new gyoza for myself.
Their popular dishes are the Ogre Hell Gyoza and Final Dragon Gyoza? Hard to imagine those are names for food.
It doesn't matter what their names are. What matters is how they taste. It's good to be adventurous.
You're right. Although, that's not something you would have said just a short while ago.
Perhaps. I was too stubborn. I need to be less afraid of trying new things. I'll honor Masaki's memory by enjoying what life I have left.
You look at peace. I think you've gotten younger.
Don't be ridiculous. But a weight has been taken off my shoulders. It's been a while since I felt this way.
All right. Let's try these surprise gyoza then.
Eat as much as you like. It's my treat. Maybe we can take some back to the hideout for everyone.
That's a good idea. I just hope they taste as strange as their names.
No kidding.
Oh, Yuito. Sorry, I have some minor business to take care of.
Okay, I guess I'll see you later then. I haven't really seen him since we talked. I wonder where he's going on his minor business.
Hey, Yuito! I heard a strange report. Something about Kagero being placed into custody at OSF headquarters.
What? What happened?
I don't know the specifics, but the chief may have figured out that he's the one who killed Chairman Sumeragi.
This is moving too fast. It's my brother, so he might do something rash. How did Kagero get himself caught so easily? I'm going to see if I can get to the bottom of this. Kaito! What are you doing?
I'm doing what you couldn't. I'm finishing this.
Huh. How very decisive of you, Chief. An execution with no trial. I like the cut of your jib.
Don't be stupid! Nothing will change if you go through with this!
You're a fool if you think I'm going to let you stop me. I'm not as forgiving as you.
Not as forgiving? I always thought you were much nicer than him.
You can talk all you want, but don't think it will change your fate. I'm going to make you pay for your crimes with your life.
Oh yes, please do get on with it. I'd honestly prefer it that way.
What did you say?
Kagero?
I know I need to atone for what I did, but really, repentance is so not my style. Plus, I come from the same time as Yakumo, your ancestor. People can only live for so long. So, if you can just go ahead and pull that trigger and put an end to this, Chief, I'll thank you from the other side.
Now! Put the gun down, Kaito. I won't let you kill Kagero.
Why do you protect him? There isn't a single reason to let him live. Even putting aside my emotions as his son, killing Joe Sumeragi is a serious crime. He was necessary for the future of this nation. Not only did he steal our father, he stole our country's future.
I know that. That's why I won't kill him. That's why I won't let him die. Kagero has a responsibility to build a new future and replace the one he stole. Until he fulfills that, he can't die. I won't let him die, no matter how much he wants to. So please, leave Kagero's life in my hands.
Fine. I understand. I don't like it, but he's yours. For now.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
If you make any wrong moves, there won't be a next time.
Yeah, I'll keep that in mind.
Did you get caught on purpose?
I just wanted to set things straight for everyone. The Chief is your brother, which means I killed his father too. So, I thought it best to face him. At least once. Just like I did with you. I meant to have a peaceful conversation, but one thing led to another, and...
No. I think you were well aware that my brother would probably kill you.
The way I was talking? That was a bluff. I knew he wouldn't pull the trigger. I still have things I need to do.
I'm pretty sure that's only half true.
Well, who knows for sure.
Could you just stop being so shifty? Just for once? You may want to die, but I won't let you. Like I said, your life is in my hands now. You'll live in my father's place, and you will fulfill your responsibility.
Thanks.
Are you sure you want to thank me? You said it yourself, dying would have been easier.
Still, I feel like I should thank you. Because of you, I have another reason to live now. I was totally empty. I felt almost like a ghost. But you believe I'll take responsibility as long as I live, so I guess I can't just run away.
Kagero?
I used to only think about the past, so I never really looked at what was there, right in front of me. The responsibility to build a new future. Well, you did grace me with your trust. I'll do all I can to make it happen.
Good. So will I. And I'll be keeping a close eye on you as well.
All right. Well, I guess it's time to contribute to society. Let's go out for a night on the town to revitalize New Himuka's economy.
Seriously?
Yeah, sure.
Your ability to change gears like that will never cease to amaze me.
Thanks. Now, we're gonna party all night.
You're not going to do that strange Baki impression anymore?
Oh, that? I don't do that anymore. I can't surpass Baki by just...
What? I didn't know you were striving...
You fool! I'm already as beloved as any mascot. I just thought it was a little sad to leave your support to an inanimate character.
I know you have my back. Are you sure you want to trust me to have yours?
What? Don't worry, I trust you to have my back too.
Yuito, I have a favor to ask.
Sure, but why?
No, I just want to climb the mountain. Lifting weights is not enough to shake my insecurity.
And you thought of Hino Mountain.
It was certainly difficult climbing the mountain with this body. I want to climb it with my own strength. So I don't want you to help unless it's an emergency, or another appears.
You want to test your limits? Okay.
Thank you very.
Oh boy, escort mission. Oh, okay.
Maybe we should take a break.
I can still go on.
Don't worry about it. It's good to talk to someone.
I understand in theory that I shouldn't let losing my power bother me. But being a dud is something that has occupied my mind for a very long time. A dud's quality of life is hardly considered in current New Himuka society. It's the same as if they don't exist. If I lose my power, that's what will happen to me. And that's...
I guess not being able to see the net or visions is the same as being ignored by the world. But since they're outside of society, doesn't that mean they can change it from the outside?
That's just idealism.
That may be true, but...
You're still young enough to have hopes like that. I've been alive in this world for decades. I'm painfully aware of what can and cannot be done. I am not the child that I appear to be.
I know you're not a child. If you don't face the problem like an adult, nothing...
But...
Watch out!
Thank you.
Oh, that was scary. I'm glad you...
It happened so fast. If I had fallen, that... You ended up saving me, even though I...
Does it matter? You climbed all this way by yourself. I don't think being strong is doing... Oh, sorry.
No, you're right.
Former Major...
He is adored by everyone, but he trusts no one, and I've always followed in my brother's footsteps. I don't want to be like Karin. In fact, I shouldn't be. Yuito, I apologize for getting emotional.
No, I was mouthing off too. Let's call it even.
All right. Now, let's get to the top. If we don't hurry, the sun will set before we get down. We're here.
Oh, we made it. You did it.
Yes, it was the result of my daily exercise.
I was just along for the ride.
Thank you.
From this far away.
It's strange. Small people, big people, nations and
It looks like he has an idea. I guess the mountain climbing helped.
All right.
That's great.
No.
You don't mean taller, do you?
You can't change the world alone. So I want to have the capacity to... If I
see.
Yes, but this is only the
I'm impressed. He seems bigger. Okay?
Oh, how spirited. We should train together then. I will make a...
What? Oh man, can't...
I'll be frank. I have always...
Oh.
I would be lying. I think you can change the world.
Thanks.
Oh. That's it. Okay. SAS. Oh, interesting. That reminds me. Where's the other achievement? $12,000 minis? Yeah, that seems about right.
I feel like... You are a friend I've known all my life.
I'm happy to hear you say that. We're going to be friends forever.
Oh, Yuito, perfect time.
Okay. What is this? I can't really see with the sensor in place. What in the world is on that plate?
I thought I'd reward everyone with some homemade cooking for all the hard work they've been putting in.
Oh dear.
What? This is food?
That must be from all the spices. I'm actually not very good at cooking.
Clearly.
This is beyond not very good.
I wanted to get your advice because I know you're a really good cook. I want to make everyone...
I see. Well, if...
Thank you. You're a lifesaver. Okay, I'll start with a vegetable stir-fry. Can you watch me? Done. Vegetables are so important for a balanced diet. Why is this being censored again?
Love the automatic
I don't
censor.
think this has much nutritional value. Let's start with something more simple, like fried eggs.
Done. That was really simple and easy. Oh, there's the sensor again. That's so strange.
How can you do this just from frying an egg? I almost feel like giving up.
Now, what dish is coming next? Ow!
Are you alright?
I'm sorry. Hold on. It'll stop hurting if I take a short break.
Are you sick or something?
It's something chronic. I've had someone else's memories implanted inside my brain as part of my mission. The memories of Dr. Hitoyo Pope, Togetsu's founder. One time, her memories temporarily became stronger.
That sounds really...
Yes, I may have fought her off once, but I never know. I thought I'd cook to distract myself, but it didn't work.
If this doctor's memories are a part of you, then maybe.
Yeah.
I don't mean that in a bad way. I've been worried lately too.
You have?
Yeah. There's so much I don't know that could happen, but I don't let these situations stop me. The future always comes with a sense of uncertainty.
I'm sure you're right. I never felt uncertain or worried when I was in Togetsu. In exchange, I had to bear... Right now, I'm scared about the future.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm scared of... Okay, my headache...
Alright. Let me try to think of a dish you can actually make. I know. How about a rice ball?
Oh, that's very homey.
I'll make the rice. Okay, that was some hard work, but we managed to do it. I think.
They didn't quite end up in the shape you showed me, but I'm pretty proud of them. Let's go hand them out to everyone.
I see you cooked. I just remembered about something I have to do. Would it be okay if I left for a while?
Is this a rice ball? I'm sensing something sinister.
I'm not getting near that thing. Keep it away from me.
They're so scared. I understand where they're coming from, though. Don't worry, they're edible. See? How...
You're right. They don't look great, but they taste all right.
I guess if you say they're okay. Oh, you're right. It's good.
We managed to get everyone to eat them. They had pretty nice things to say as well.
This is amazing. It's the first time I've ever been complimented on my cooking.
Really? I guess that's not surprising.
I'm most happy about learning and applying something new on my own. Something that wasn't from...
I see. I guess making rice ball...
If I continue to challenge myself like this every day and bring... Maybe one day the doctor's thoughts will...
I'm sure you're right.
I wouldn't feel this hopeful if it...
You don't need to thank me.
I can't believe that little child is standing here in front of me right now, teaching me so much. I'm so proud of you.
You don't...
No, you're not a child anymore. I have to grow too. To not fear the
Just let me know if there's any...
Really? Then next time, I'll make rice balls without your help, and you can taste them.
What? I shouldn't have said anything.
Yuito, are you hungry? Does it hurt anywhere? Would you like a massage?
I'm fine.
Oh no, I overdid it again. But you give off this vibe that makes me just want to protect you.
Feels so much closer to you lately. It feels very warm.
It's a little embarrassing, but I feel better talking with you, too.
Sunny.
Good timing. Will you go to Kikuchiba with me?
Yeah, sure.
I thought we could go somewhere to talk, like when we went to We won't need lunch. I just want...
Oh, got it. No lunch, huh? I guess that...
Oh, yeah,
Let's go to the roof of that building. I want to talk somewhere I can see the sky.
Got it. There are a lot of others here. Like always.
It'll be easy for us if we work together. Let's go.
Keep it up. We're gonna do this. Keep it up.
Right up here.
Hey, do you remember when we came here together before? A lot has happened since then.
Before? When was that?
You don't remember? You asked me if there was anyone I liked out of the blue. You know, when we went looking for Captain Seto's fountain pen. You said you were doing a background check.
Oh, that.
Back then, I had no idea that we'd get caught up in something that involved the whole world.
Not just us, but everyone around us, too. It's nothing we could have expected.
You're right.
Hey, sorry to interrupt. 2 large groups of others were confirmed near you. There are a lot of them. More than you usually see around there. It shouldn't be a problem for you two, but be careful.
Oh boy.
So, how should we go about this?
Let's split up. We can work more efficiently that way.
All right. I'll go this way.
I'm counting on...
Wataru wasn't joking.
There's more of them than I thought. How are...
Kasane? Wataru, what's the situation? Damn. Calm down.
It's so quiet. I can't hear anyone. It's like I'm really alone. No, this is what normal really is. I was so used to always being connected to someone through SAS. If I lose my power and go back to being a dud, it will always be like this. It's strange though. I'm not as scared as I thought I would be. I thought I would feel more lonely. Is it because I'm stronger? Probably not. I can feel it in my bones that Kasane is fighting somewhere. Even by herself. I know she won't give any ground. So I can't just die here. Okay, battle's over.
Alright, can't go.
I think there's something over there.
Save.
Here we go. Come on. Let's go.
Okay.
This is pretty rare. I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attack.
Oh, come on.
No way. Leave it to me. There.
Damn. A major other? Might be too much for me. No,
Spanny,
Kasane's on her
spanny,
way.
spanny, spanny,
I should weaken it
spanny,
as much as I
spanny.
can until then.
I can do this. With my power.
I'll drag you inside my field. Witness my strength!
Down you go.
Witness my strength!
Okay.
Kasane! Is SAS still down? We almost got it. We can finish this.
Now!
Oh, that was a close one.
It was? I wasn't really all that worried. I assumed you would act when you did.
I was nervous. I guess we can work together even without SAS.
I don't think I could have pulled it off with someone else. Thank you for getting the timing right.
It's nice to hear a compliment from you. You're always so harsh.
Am I? Well, whatever.
That was kind of harsh.
We can see the moon from here.
It's beautiful. So, what was it you wanted to talk about?
When the fighting is over, what do you plan to do?
I have a vague idea. It might be too grand, so you'll probably laugh.
I won't laugh, no matter what it is.
Thanks. I want to change the world.
Change the world?
Yeah. We've both seen a lot of bad things in this country. The world that we live in now is built on so much sadness and sacrifice.
That's true. Suo, Seiran, and Togetsu. There were people suffering everywhere.
So many people's lives were turned upside down because of the desire for the strongest power, or using powers to alter time. It's got to end. I won't let what happened to Nagi happen to anyone else. That's why I want to change the world. To make it a place where people don't have to rely on powers for everything. I know it will take a long time, but I feel like as a dud, I'm the perfect person for it.
A dud, that's right. How's your head? They were saying you might lose your power.
No big change at the moment, but if it really comes down to it, I'm prepared to become one again.
You're pretty calm about it. The way you were talking.
I mean, it will be inconvenient, but you know what? I'm not the least bit afraid. I thought the same thing when the network went down. Like I was fighting back-to-back with you, even without SAS.
You thought the same thing?
I wonder if that's what it feels like to lose your power. Even if we can't see each other's faces or hear each other's voices, the most important thing...
That's good. When we first met... But you're different now. I think you really can change the world. Don't mention it. I'm relieved as well. I feel like I can...
Leave? What are you planning?
Well, I haven't decided on a clear goal yet, but I've sort of been thinking of something outside this world.
Like, outside of New Himuka? You mean the moon?
I've been thinking about it ever since I heard humanity came here from the... Outside this world is another world that I know nothing about, filled with people. They're suffering, just like the people here. Once I realized that, I couldn't ignore it.
The moon? I thought I understood the first time I heard about it, but the scale is just too big. It doesn't seem real at all. I certainly never thought about saving the people that live there. You really are amazing.
I'm not amazing at all. I just don't want to regret neglecting the people I could have protected.
I always felt that you were the kind of person that would step up to protect people, even if you're alone. It's almost as if you're not afraid of anything. I looked up to you when I was a kid. I wanted to...
I think you're plenty like me, and you're giving me too much credit, as you said before.
You mean...
Not just her. The memories of my mother. The only reason I'm not as afraid as I should...
So, even if you're alone...
That's why I feel like I can go anywhere. Even going beyond the sky.
I think you can do it. No. I know you can.
Thank you.
So, it looks like you and I will be going our separate ways.
It won't just be us. I think...
Yeah.
But even apart, we're still friends.
Yeah. Okay. We should probably get back to the hideout.
There's so much to do before and after a fight. We just have...
Though, listening to you made me excited for the future.
It won't be easy for either of us.
Absolutely. I promise I'll make a better future, no matter how long it takes.
You can take your time, but if you take too long, I'll bring peace to the moon and come back before you're done.
Oh, so it's a competition now. I know you hate to lose.
When I look at you lately, I realize that Naomi had a good eye for people. I was the one biased against you.
What did she say about me?
Oh, that's a secret between sisters. She really trusted you, though. Of course, I do now as well.
something special with you. Though it's hard to put into words.
Yeah, me too. I feel like we have a real connection.
Hey, Yuito.
Okay.
Great. I mean, I wouldn't say we've reached peace yet, but it's still relaxing to walk around this city.
Yeah, I really like Suo. It calms me down when I'm stressed.
Me too. I hope we can truly attain.
In our next story, new information has been uncovered regarding the inhumane experiments conducted at the OSF hospital.
Ah, perfect for unwinding.
That news.
OSF hospital chairman Yanagi Ichijo had denied any, but among the leaked data provided by a whistleblower included documents signed by Mr. Ichijo himself. It's unlikely that the 10 members implicated in these accusations, including Mr. Ichijo, will be able to avoid any fallout.
It seems like the researcher we saved came through.
Yeah. The Ichijo family name could be ruined now, but that's better than thriving through evil deeds.
How is your family doing? Have your parents experienced any blowback?
No. I contacted them, but they really didn't know anything about it. They were actually worried for me that the OSF might try something.
I'm glad they're okay.
Yeah. I'm so relieved, because for a second I was worried they could be involved.
What was that sound?
It sounded like a crash. Let's go check it out. Over there! An accident!
A traffic accident? That's unusual. Excuse me, do you know what happened here?
It seems like the car's auto-drive program malfunctioned. The rescue team hasn't shown up yet. Are you with the OSF? I guess that means you can't really do anything.
Let's get a...
Yeah, there might be...
Help! My son is in one of the cars! He's still trapped in...
There's smoke coming from the engine. The kid could be in...
We don't have time to wait for the rescue team.
Help!
Just hold on a little longer for us. We're going to... It's locked. Can you remove the door with your psychokinesis?
I could, but I might accidentally hurt the kid if I try to force it open. If only there was a way we could...
Okay.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to use my pyrokinesis to see if I can melt one of the parts inside of the door. That should make it come off easier.
Okay, do it.
Am I going to die?
Don't worry. We're going to save you. Trust me. Can you back away from the door for me?
Okay.
Yuito, you're up.
Got it. Here we go.
Good job. Your mom is...
Mom! Thank you so much.
Please, you don't need to thank us.
Thank...
Hey, I saw what happened. The OSF sure is amazing. Let's hear it for the Scarlet Guardians.
What? When did this crowd gather?
The rescue team just arrived. I think we can leave the rest to them.
As much as I want to see this through to the end, we should leave before the crow show.
Whew. You were really cool. You acted so decisively.
What? No, I didn't. I was just
Well, I still think that...
Thanks. I think...
You finally got your answer?
Yeah. I had an idea. I want to protect what I love. Though, I don't mean someone specific. I love this city, and the people who live here. And I want to protect all of them. I don't...
I agree.
That's why I want to change the OSF first, so that what my uncle did will never happen. I mean, they call us the Scarlet Guardian.
Guardians? Just like...
Don't tease, but you might be right. I mean, even if we get rid of all the others in the world someday, accident...
Get rid of them all? I never thought that far ahead before.
In other words, our fighting ends when we defeat all our enemies. But protecting people is a job that will never end.
Wow. I'm so impressed that...
I mean, it might be a big endeavor, but I plan to start little by little. Besides, I only started thinking about these kinds of things because of you. I didn't have any ideals up until now. Seeing you run ahead, I wanted... Then I finally...
What? I never thought for a... Since I came in as a volunteer soldier. Let's go with that.
Yes. This is the Yuito?
Huh?
There's something I want to tell you when I feel like I finally caught up to you.
What's that?
It's a secret until the time comes.
Secret? I don't really understand. But okay. I'll wait.
Thank you. Well, I'm going on ahead.
Hey, wait up! Oh, she's already gone.
Thanks, Yuito.
For what?
When I see you working so hard, I think I've matured a little. I'm not just going to follow after you. I'm going to get better than you at...
I have your back. I promise I'll get... stronger so I can protect you.
Then I've got your back. Let's get stronger, together.
Nobody else. Nope. Okay.
I finally heard from Major General Fubuki. He asked us to head to Sumeragi Tomb right away. Apparently, the chief will be there.
Kaito. Actually, what's my brother's status now?
He's still the acting chief, but most of his authority has been transferred and no one has seen much of him lately.
My
Strange,
guess is
considering
that the
he's just
government
holding a
is
gun
going to make him take the
to
fall for
Kakarot not too
everything
long
and
ago.
abandon him.
The chief might have decided to help us because he knows that's what they're going to do.
As long as he helps us, it's fine. Now let's head to Sumeragi Tomb.
He's 12.
Kaito.
So you finally made it. You want inside the Sumeragi tomb, correct?
Right. In order to close the Kunad Gate, there's something we need to check inside the tomb.
If Karin really is inside, then he is the key to closing it.
If, huh? Not only is everything circumstantial, it doesn't sound very credible either. Is this really what you choose to stake everything on? Very well. If you do indeed manage to save the world, it will reflect quite nicely on the Sumeragi name.
Oh yes, only care about the... yeah.
Hanabi, it doesn't matter what he says, as long as he helps us.
I've disabled the security for the entrance. Close the Kunad gate. I heard you stopped Togetsu's plan. You managed to avenge her. You did what I had set out to do.
So, you knew about Mom's death?
Dad and I. We vowed that we'd destroy Togetsu one day. This isn't what I imagined, but it looks like Dad and I got our wish.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Go. Do what you need to do. This is the path you've chosen.
Thank you.
Yakumo Sumeragi should be sleeping in here.
Let's find out whether our theory was right. If it's actually the former Major General that traveled to the past.
Now what if it's the opposite? The original went to the future.
So this is what it's like inside Sumeragi Tomb.
I thought it'd be gloomier since it's a tomb. Yakumo's got a good thing going here.
We need to go down.
Those stairs go all the way down. I don't think there's any danger to worry about.
Let's take them. I don't see any other way down.
But no hole we can jump down?
Yuito, Kasane, Major General Fubuki said he'd join you too.
Should we go meet him?
No, he said he can't head there right away, so he'll meet up with you later. Copy that. We'll go on ahead then.
Okay. Doop, 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 doop. Doop, 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 doop. Okay, this... I feel like this is very poorly designed.
These stairs just go on and on. Ugh, what a pain. What's up with this place, Yuito?
What? How's this my fault?
I mean, it's your family's tomb, right? Install an elevator at the very least. Sheesh.
Look, a giant mirror. How pretty.
Seems too meaningful for just a skylight.
If this is a mirror, we don't have shadows. Okay, we're all vampires. Shadows for reflections. Words. What are words?
Good job. Pretty sure you've reached the bottom floor.
Oh, we finally made it. Looks like there's only a single path from here.
There's a big space up ahead. That's probably where Yakumo is sleeping.
I guess we just need to move forward. I was worried it might be a maze in here to prevent grave robbing.
Stay on your toes. Just because nothing's happened so far doesn't mean that it...
Oh dear.
I just felt something in my brain.
What? I didn't feel anything.
Oh, you aren't here.
What's going on?
What's happening? Signal is deteriorating.
Wataru. Damn. We lost the transmission.
Where are we? Is this Suo's OSF headquarters?
How did we get here all of a sudden? Oh, maybe there was some sort of teleportation trap.
Just calm down and take a better look around you. Something doesn't seem quite right. The city looks a little off.
This feeling. I remember it from before. Are we inside a brain field?
That is certainly a possibility. Since I felt something interfere with my brain, this could be a measure to confuse intruders. Or...
others!
This is what happened when we went to the Kronos terminal. Get ready to fight.
That other shell is quite hard. The attack isn't something heavy by using psychokinesis.
We're going to do this! Leave the rest to me! Let's do this, Navi!
That attack worked! Must be a weak spot.
We'll protect you.
Arashi, thanks!
I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks.
I'm counting on you.
Let's do this.
It's down. Give it everything you've got.
Leave it to me!
And move!
Whoa! Nice!
Okay.
Seems like we managed to kill all the others around here, but our situation hasn't improved much.
We haven't been able to reach Haruko or Wataru either. We should... Huh?
Karen?
Ta-da! As of today, Alice Ichijo is now an official member.
Huh.
Congratulations, Alice. The three of us are together again.
It also seems like we have a mission for our new platoon. I'm going to show you two who the real star member is.
I just hope the newbie's overenthusiasm doesn't make her do something reckless.
Oh, really? You know, I heard a certain somebody got written up for disobeying orders.
Fubuki.
I mean, that was your 50th write-up. That's quite the milestone. How could I not share it?
They say you're a shoo-in for Septentrion, Karin, but I guess you've got some issues with your superiors.
I don't intend to follow orders I don't agree with.
That's so like you. Oh, I guess that just means you'll have to climb to the top of the OSF.
Sounds like too much trouble. I'm not interested in looking after people weaker than me. Fubuki can do all that instead.
You say that, but you always look after your friends in the end. You're usually more helpful than I am. I think you're more suited to run things than me. Actually, I bet you're really gunning for the position. Stop trying to hide it.
You've been gunning for the top position from the very beginning.
Listen to the two of you. Honestly, just take the top two positions and you're all set.
That's a good idea. If we take the current organization and break them into regiments... Ooh.
Stop with the creepy laugh.
Don't worry, I don't do it in front of anyone else. You'd do so much better in life if you just learned how to have an outside persona.
Not having a facade is one of Karn's better qualities. Although it wouldn't hurt you to learn to have one so you wouldn't get written up so much.
What did we just see?
Major General Fubuki. And Karin, right? And Aunt Alice?
Oh, right. She was your aunt. The three of them were childhood friends. That brought back some memories. Funny, I had forgotten the color of Karin's hair back then. Now it's completely different from Luca's.
That's right. It's a pretty rare phenomenon. So it may have something to do with my brother's powers. That looked like it was from when Alice first entered the Force. That would make it over 20 years ago.
If this was a brain field, then I guess it would make sense for it to be affected by someone's memories or emotions.
I'm not entirely sure what that was. But first we should figure out how to get out of here. Staying here won't help. Let's see what's up ahead.
I can't get a read in this space. All I can sense is that it's really vast.
There's some familiar scenery mixed in too. The connection is so chaotic.
Looks like that's the way this space works. This area must be connected to some other location as well.
Let's turn this in our favor.
Together, Kasane!
The shell is broken.
Okay.
Get everything you have.
Oh, fuck you.
Shouldn't be. That was pretty cool. Thanks.
We won't back down!
That attack worked.
Handle?
That must be a weak spot.
Leave it to me, Gemma! Hone it.
Alright.
I'm with you.
Hey, snap out of it. I'm sorry, Sheena.
Handle.
Come on.
Something tells me there's probably something up here again. Products. already have.
Just focus.
Thank you. I trust you with it. It'll take too long to chip away at its shell. Just use psychokinesis and hit it with something heavy.
Hit it!
That was brilliant.
I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks.
Okay.
Go do your thing.
Damn.
It's gone.
Ow.
But I still feel bloodlust. That other is still around. Find it with Segumi's power.
We can't lose.
I need your eyes. Found you.
Use my fire.
Okay.
Hit it.
Beyblade!
You got the hang of this.
We won't back down.
We got this.
Give me speed.
That's the bit. That attack worked. There must be a weak spot. spot.
Here we go! Hey! Leave it to me! Leave it to me, Gemma!
Fire! You got this!
You can do it!
Screw you. You.
How are you?
No. Here we go.
Okay.
Good.
Oh. Save.
Let's do this, Hanabi! We won't back down!
Oh, now you tell!
I trust you with it. I'm counting on you.
My turn!
Bye.
Nice. I can hit it. It's burning.
Here we go!
The other projectiles. Be careful. It will mess up your head.
And you. Okay.
Yeah! Move out!
Beat, motherfuckers.
Projecting a weak spot on its back. It's fast, so use SAS to counter.
I'll leave it to you.
You can deal with it.
We're going to do this! Thank you! Here we go! Come on! Leave it to me, Gemma!
Maybe I've grown.
Keep it up.
One more!
Good!
see. This one's stronger than the rest. Fall back and regroup. Are you alright?
Yeah. Well, thank you for saving me.
Keep your guard up, idiot.
You're right. Sorry. How many times have you saved me now?
Nobody's counting.
Are you two okay? Good. Looks like you're all right.
Yeah, this idiot just messed up again. I handled it.
There's the tough act again. You need to take better care of yourself. You're hurt.
What? I'm sorry. You got hurt because of me. Let me take a look.
It's just a scratch. Alice is tired. Stay with her, Fubuki. I'm gonna check on the remaining teams. We'll need to regroup the platoon if we're gonna kill that other.
Hey, Karin!
It's gone.
That one also had to do with Karin. This field. Maybe it's something he generated.
To prevent anyone from getting close to where he's sleeping?
Even if that were the case, why show us these memories? I'd think he would rather keep them secret.
I agree. My brother doesn't talk about himself much, nor does he like to.
The memories are probably mixed in subconsciously.
You got the hang of this.
I'll lend you my strength.
Leave it to me! Together, Kasane! Leave the rest to me!
I need to support the injured.
You guys good?
That attack worked. There must be a weak spot. Nice. It's burning.
Leave it to me!
That was good, Yumiko.
Give me speed! We're gonna do this!
We'll protect you.
You can do it!
Not yet.
Arashi, thanks!
It's down. Give it everything you've got.
I can hit!
Come on, go, Yumiko.
Item.
straight. It's down. Give it everything you got.
Thank you. Yuito, it might be a good idea to use some surrounding construction equipment for a well-timed attack.
I can control it.
And
Keep it up.
Nice. It's burning.
It's on. Damn it.
I feel better. Thanks.
At this rate.
Let's
do this, Nobby.
Be on guard.
We want that down. Is everyone okay?
Ow.
Take out the enemy. I can still fight. Here you go. I use this. Now, Luca. Shiden, leave it to me.
Just turn this thing. I trust you with it.
Ooh, it's time for my power, Yuito.
screw you.
There must be a weak spot.
Watch out for that other's projectiles. It can cause temporary confusion.
We'll protect you.
Use my fire!
Give me speed.
Screw you. Oh, come on.
You saved me. Sorry.
Oh.
This is bad.
Oh my god. King lock on.
Nice. It's burning.
Leave the rest to me. We're going to do this. With everything.
And fuck you.
Whoa! Did you get even stronger? That's amazing!
Save, 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 save. Memories of longing.
Archie, thanks!
It's down! Give it everything you've got!
Nice setup.
Yumiko! Yeah! Go! Do it!
Focus on the
Leave it to me!
Come on! At some speed, but my power can keep up just fine.
Give me speed!
You got the hang of this.
I can hit it!
And
It's watching us from underground. We should get together too.
I can do this!
That attack worked! That must be a weak spot. Hey, snap out! Sorry, Sheehan.
I'll lend you my strength.
spin queen, spin queen, spin queen. Blow you up.
Are you okay?
You saved me. Sorry.
Together, Kasane! Thank you! Here we go! Yeah!
Doop 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 doop.
Leave it to me! There!
What are you t-
Oh, it's hard to run when my feet stick.
You can do it!
Leave it to me! That's good?
Keep going! That attack worked. There must be a weak spot.
Come on.
That was good. Not quite as good as me, though.
Get him, Yumiko!
Come on.
That was impressive.
You handle this?
I don't know.
I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks.
We got this. We can't lose.
Let's turn this in our favor.
We're going to do this! Come on! Everything!
That attack worked. That must be a weak spot.
More!
I'll protect you.
Thank you, Navi.
Here we go!
Go do your thing.
Screw you.
Let's go! Yeah! You're done!
Do it!
You can deal with it.
Doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop. Oh boy.
You got the hang of this.
Now! Yuito, finish it!
Now die!
That was good, Yuito. Finish!
Hello?
Yuito!
Nope.
Attack worked. That must be a weak spot.
And nope. Okay.
Now, Luca!
I can hit it!
Whoa! Nice!
The oil is making me sluggish.
Leave it to me! Now die! Come on! Let's go! Give me speed!
It's down. Give it everything you've got.
Take it out!
I can hit it!
That attack worked. That must
Leave it to me! Come on!
be a weak spot.
And nope.
Here we go!
We won't back down!
I'll leave it to you.
Leave the rest to me!
Okay. Okay. Doop doop doop.
Go do your thing.
Oh, come on.
Thank you! Together, Kasane!
do this!
That attack worked. There must be a weak spot.
Leave the rest to me! You can do it! Leave it to me, Gemma!
You doing this?
I can hit it! Go!
Finish this, Yumiko!
Here we go! Now die!
I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks.
Come on! Leave it to me!
I have it.
My turn. I trust you with it.
The shell is broken. Give it everything you have.
Thanks!
That attack worked.
It's over!
There must be a weak spot.
I'm counting on you.
Let's regroup now. Get going! Not yet!
You.
We won't back down! I can still fight.
That enemy is stunned.
Hit it! I can hit it!
And fuck you.
Get out.
Where are we now? Doesn't seem like we're any closer.
Just look at the size of this place. How are they generating something so huge? This brain field feels much larger than what a single psionic should be able to generate.
Huh?
What is that?
Bus? A bus. Oh boy. What? Oh.
Come on. Here we go. Is this the other from his memory? The one who attacked in Alice?
Karen retreated since he thought it was too powerful. We better be ready. I thought the object in its right hand was a shield for defense, but it seems like it will also use it for attacks.
It seems that there are some parts that are immune to attack. You'll need to determine which areas will be more effective to hit. Okay, its arm changes only when it's defending with water. So we should try attacking there. It's hard to get close with how strong the water flow is, though.
We should use teleportation to get inside of the glove. Use SAS. That other is so powerful even my brother had trouble with it. But it must have a weakness. That enemy is stunned. Here we go.
Dude.
Is everyone okay? I feel better. Thanks. I'll follow up.
Keep going. Are you okay? You saved me. Sorry.
I'm counting on you.
We're going to do this!
Let's regroup. I trust you.
I'll lend you my strength.
Leave it to me.
Here we go.
Leave it to me. Let's turn this in our favor.
Together, Kasane.
And nope.
That was dicey. You're finished. Keep it up. That was a good attack.
It's over. Let's hurry on ahead.
Oh, there's still another.
Oh, it's back.
It wasn't alone?
It looks similar, but it's a different other. Be careful. That nose attack. Too powerful. Make sure it doesn't hit you.
Gemma. Hey!
Right.
Now it's really over, right?
Nope.
Seems like that may be an incorrect assumption. Don't lose your focus.
We won't back down! That left-hand attack is pretty strong. A second's hesitation, and it's over.
It's a powerful other, but it's open just after it attacks.
I can do this.
Go for its left arm after it attacks. It's worth a try.
More! Is everyone okay? That was close.
I'm fine.
Give me speed! My turn! I have to do this!
Oh.
Relax.
I'll protect you all! I'll destroy everything! Witness my strength! There's nothing I can't do! I'm feeling really good!
Use my power.
This is bad.
I'm feeling really good!
Turn this in our
We're
favor.
going to do this!
Nice setup.
Arashi, thanks! At this rate... You guys good?
That attack worked! There must be a weak spot.
Shit. God damn it. Oh, I have to start all. Fuck. Yep.
Isn't this the other from his memory? The one who attacked Aunt Alice?
Karin retreated since he thought it was too powerful. We better be ready.
I thought the object in its right hand was a shield for defense, but it seems like it will also use it for attacks.
It seems that there are some parts that are immune to attack. You'll need to determine which areas will be more effectively hit.
That other is so powerful even my brother had trouble with it. But it must have a weakness.
I can do this!
Fuck off.
You can deal with it.
Really? God fucking damn it.
Thanks. Sorry for the trouble.
I'll lend you my strength.
working on you.
We're going to do this! Here we go!
I need to support the injured.
You guys good?
Fuck you.
Woo, nice job. It's over. Let's hurry on ahead.
Oh, there's still another.
It wasn't alone?
It looks similar, but it's a different other. Be careful.
Thank you. Together, Kasane.
I'll leave it to you.
Go do your thing.
We'll protect you.
With everything.
I feel this attack. It's pretty powerful. Make sure it doesn't hit you. The gas makes it hard to see. Use my eyes.
Okay.
That was dicey. You're finished!
Rito, do it!
Now it's really over, right?
Seems like that may be an incorrect assumption. Don't lose your focus.
Come on. Leave the rest to me.
I trust you with it.
Get going.
You can deal with it.
Here we go. I can do this. Damn. Is everyone okay?
That left-hand attack is pretty strong. Second presentation, and it's over.
It's a powerful other, but it's open just after it attacks. Go for its left arm after it attacks. It's worth a try.
That enemy is stunned.
Here we go. Not yet.
Use my fire! We can't lose.
Leave it to me.
Thanks. It's good to have you on the team.
We're going to do this.
Let's turn this in our favor.
This is bad. You guys good?
I feel better now.
That was close.
Here we go. Hey, keep going.
That enemy is stunned.
Completely difficult.
Let's regroup.
I feel better now.
Go do your thing.
Got it.
Yuito. Everyone, don't let your guard down yet.
And they don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming. Oh boy. Ah, yes, all of them combined.
Strong individually, but I didn't think it would do something like this.
You can deal with it.
Let's do this. I'm counting on you.
With everything.
Calm down.
I have to do this. With my power.
The three others we face all have weak points. It's possible this other carried those weak points over. If that's the case, the strategy we've been using will still work.
I'm feeling really good. Witness my strength!
It won't let you suffer alone!
I'll take care of it! I'll back you up. You better thank me.
Good.
I feel the power coursing through me!
It won't let you suffer alone!
That was close.
There's nothing I can't do! I'll help you! I'll protect you all! I'll destroy everything! Go, go, go! Take this guy out now!
Go do your thing.
Thank you. Together, Kasane. I can do this.
I'll leave it to you.
Watching my strength!
We'll do this together. Now.
You got the hang of this.
I need to support the injured. Someone's down. This isn't good.
You guys good? Dan, where are you?
I trust you.
It's down. Give it everything you've got. That enemy is stunned.
We got this.
Let's do this, Hanabi.
Let's turn this in our favor.
We're going to do this.
You can deal with it.
I won't let you die!
Oh, God.
Thanks. Sorry for the trouble.
Dude.
Leave the rest to me.
Son of a fucking bitch. Oh no, 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 no. Oh, you have got to be fucking kidding me.
Isn't this the other from his memory? The one who attacked Aunt Alice?
Karin retreated since he thought it was too powerful. We better be ready.
I thought the object in its right hand was a shield for defense.
But it seems like it will also use it for attacks.
It seems that there are some parts that are immune to attack. You'll need to determine which areas will be more effective to hit.
That other is so powerful, even my brother had trouble with it. But it must have a weakness.
Oh my god.
Are you hurt? Shouldn't be. That was pretty cool. Thanks.
You got the hang of this.
If arm changes, everyone is defending with water.
God, and of course she's already downed.
So we should try attacking there. It's hard to get close with how strong the water flow is now.
We should use teleportation to get inside of the flow. Use SAS. Let's go.
At this rate, I can still punch.
Son of a bitch. Oh my god.
Got it. Keep it up.
Yuito.
It's over. Let's hurry on ahead.
Oh, there's still another.
It wasn't alone?
It looks similar, but it's a different other. Be careful.
I'm counting on you. Let's do this.
Come on. Give me speed.
I'll leave it to you.
Be on guard.
I'll lend you my strength.
The gas makes it hard to see. Use my eyes. I trust you.
Now, Luca.
Good.
Lead on.
Archie, thanks.
I trust you with it.
It's down. Use everything you've got. That enemy is stunned.
Let's turn this in our favor.
Come on.
We can't lose.
That attack worked. That must be a weak spot.
Here we go. Where are you?
What? More than one type of projectile? Man, it's versatile.
Not yet.
We got this.
That was dicey. You're finished. Good.
Toe. Finish it.
Bye.
Now it's really over, right?
Good.
Seems like that may be an incorrect assumption. Don't lose your focus.
Leave it to me.
We'll protect you.
Use my fire. That left-hand attack is pretty strong. A second to the
powerful other, but it's open just after it attacks. Go for its left arm after it attacks. It's worth a try.
Get going!
Let's do this.
You guys good?
Give me speed! Leave it to me, Gemma!
Let's regroup.
That attack worked. That must be a weak spot.
This is bad.
Shit.
That was close.
I need to support the injured.
Is everyone okay?
I feel better.
Got it! Keep it up.
Thanks. Everyone, don't let your guard down yet.
It was strong individually, but I didn't think it would do something like this.
We won't back down! Let's do this, Hanabi!
Whoa!
You can do
How are we supposed to be that other messed up? Calm down. The three others we face all have weak points. It's possible this other carried those weak points over. If that's the case, the strategy we've been using will still work. That nose attack is pretty powerful. Make sure it doesn't hit you.
I can do this!
You're a lifesaver.
Deal with it.
Shien, leave it to me! Leave it to me, Gemma! Now, Luca! Here we go! We'll do this together!
I trust you with it. I'm counting on you.
Go do your thing.
Leave it to me!
We got this!
We won't back down!
Great, I'm so...
Shit.
You guys good?
I feel better. Thanks.
We can't lose!
You can deal with it.
We're going to do this!
Let's turn this
Got
up.
it. I made it. Thanks, Luca.
There we go. And then before we had to fight all three up. Oh no, it just okay.
I need to support the injured.
I can do this.
Is everyone okay?
I feel better. Thanks.
Use my fire!
Leave it to me. Let's regroup. Here we go.
That attack worked. That must be a weak spot.
Together, Kasane. War.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's hard to move when you're wet.
Now, Luca.
Shit!
Yurita, it's too early to sleep.
Thanks. Sorry for the trouble.
We got this!
God fucking damn it!
Leave it to me.
You can deal with it.
Stop knurring it. The damn shield. Oh my god.
I feel better. Thanks.
I'm counting on you. Let's do this.
Son of a...
We're going to do this.
Go do your thing.
You okay?
Fire. Fucking hell.
Seems like we finally got it. Do you think it's just a coincidence that the other we saw from his memory appeared?
I heard that being inside a brain field for a long period of time will eventually manifest your emotions and memories.
That makes sense if Karin is the one who made this field. That memory where he protected Alice must be affecting things.
Then staying here any longer could be dangerous.
Yes, we should hurry. It seems like the field goes on further ahead.
Oh my god. Oops. All the way at the okay.
I think we can use that train. Just ram the others when they're not looking.
Leave it to me.
Nice fire! You got this!
That attack worked. That must be a weak spot.
Shiden, leave it to me.
That was good, Yurito.
Thanks.
I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks.
Together, Kasane. Leave the rest to me. Let's go.
I'll protect you.
Thank you, Navi.
Here we go.
That enemy
Nope.
Keep it up.
Restock on everything that I used. And save.
We're gonna do this! We're going to do this! Thank you!
I can do this. Keep it up.
Let's do this, Hanabi! You're done! Come on!
Nope.
I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks. Yumiko, do it!
I can still punch.
Yeah!
Oh, it's hard to run with a heat stick. Take it!
You're done! It's over!
Out!
More! We won't back down! Not yet! Next!
Okay. Ba-doop, 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 ba-doo.
Don't get too close to that. You'll get caught in its explosion. That attack worked. That must be a weak spot. It's down. Give it everything you've got.
I guess you've become useful.
Leave it to me! Give me speed!
Nice fire! You got this!
Yeah! Come on!
Do it! I'm with you!
Hello.
You can do it!
Oh, it's hard to run with a heat stick.
Attack worked. There must be a weak spot. Finish.
I can hit it!
Yumiko. I need to support the injured.
That was close.
That's a lifesaver.
Is everyone okay?
I feel better. Thanks.
There!
protect you.
Let's go.
Dude.
Focus and attack.
Leave it to me.
Yeah, dude.
Trying to focus.
Let's turn this in our favor.
You got the hang of this. What?
That attack worked. That must be a weak spot.
It's over.
Here we go. Nice first strike. It worked.
You guys good?
I feel better. Thanks.
You hit it. Come on.
Now, Yukito.
Now, Luca.
It's down. Give it everything you've got.
Maybe I've grown. Use my fire. Nice fire. You got this.
Is everyone okay? Good.
My God, you idiot.
Oh yeah. Hard to move.
Do it.
Attack worked. That must be a weak spot.
Now die.
That was impressive.
Keep it up.
Wanna go? Go, do it!
Yeah.
That was good. Not quite as good as me, though.
I trust you with it. I'm counting on you.
I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks.
My turn.
Let's do this, Nabi.
I'll lend you my strength.
You've become so reliable. It makes me happy.
Nice. It's burning.
You now die. There.
Finish it.
Okay, come on.
Hey, it turned invisible too.
I need your
You
eyes.
Sagumi, so it's no big deal. It's them! Give it everything you've got!
It's hard to fight like this. Use SAS to pin down the location of the other creating the smoke.
Let's regroup now.
At this rate. Arashi, thanks. Chien, leave it to me. Leave the rest to me. Together, Kasane. Here we go. I can hit it. Come on. Don't do it.
That was a nice move.
We'll do this together.
Are you hurt? Shouldn't be. That was pretty cool.
Leave it to me.
Thanks.
Get him, you... Go, Joe!
The enemy is gonna try and ambush us. Let's go invisible.
We got this!
Leave it to me, Gemma.
That attack worked. There must be a weak spot.
Let's go. Thank you. We're going to do this. Everything. Nice setup. Leave it to me. Come on.
I can't imagine that giant other would appear here, too.
This other creates doubles. We'll need to attack the real one, so observe carefully.
I need your eyes. Go. Not yet.
We'll protect you.
That attack worked. There must be a weak spot. That enemy is stunned.
Give me speed. I can hit it.
Let's turn this in our favor. Let's do this.
Come on.
Here's my strength!
I can hit it.
That was brilliant.
Did my job.
Multiply. But there's only one real other. Defeat that one, and it's over.
We won't back down. My turn.
Let's regroup now. Let's do this, Hanabi!
So naive. Are you hurt?
Sorry.
Let's go.
What about you, Kasane? That attack worked. That must be a weak spot.
Leave it to me!
Hey! I'll follow up.
Nice. It's burning.
I'm sorry.
We're gonna do this!
You can deal with it.
I need your eyes! Go!
Use my fire!
Now! That attack worked. That must be a weak spot.
It's over!
Woo, nice job.
You got the hang of this.
Leave it to me, Gemma!
Hey!
I can hit it!
Go do your
Where are
thing.
you?
I trust you.
Oh my god, stop running.
Do this to me. Finish this, Yui.
I'm done! Come on, go!
Yui, finish.
My turn.
Hey! Thank you!
That attack worked. That must be a weak spot.
Together, Kasane! I can do this!
We got this!
Lead on!
Be on guard! We won't back down!
Nice. It's burning.
Arashi, thanks! I can hit it! It's over!
Alright.
Now, Luca!
We'll be able to move forward if we use my power, Yuito.
Okay. Doop 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 doop. Oh? What?
It's locked and won't open. How can we get past this?
Seems like your knowledge of my power is quite shallow.
Oh.
Destroy the control device. If you use electrokinesis to apply high voltage, it should be easy.
Okay, that was not the way I need to go. I need to go over here.
Apparently, the extinction belt has dropped near the surface. This has never happened before.
With all these others around, this is turning out to be a tough mission.
What?
Karin!
What?
Ah.
Alice? No. Alice, is that you?
Alice morphed into another after coming into contact with the extinction belt.
I had no idea the extinction belt could drop that low and close to the surface.
I've heard that it's a rare occurrence. I've never seen it drop that low myself.
Hey, notice anything about that other?
Yes. She was one of the ones who helped us fight alongside Naomi.
I see. So that other really was her.
Did you guys meet Aunt Alice? I think she's supposed to be in Seiron's laboratory.
We just figured it out now ourselves. Alice has already passed away.
If that's true, then Karin used the red strings as soon as he found out about her death.
Which means my brother is after...
We'll know when we see him. There's no doubt that he's here.
I know everyone has a lot of questions, but don't forget what we came here to do. We're here to get his help. Hone it!
Leave the rest to me! We're going to do this!
Hey, step out of me! Sorry, Sheehan.
With everything!
I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks.
I feel better now. My other projectile.
Son of a bitch, why did I just die?
No need to.
Thanks. Sorry for the trouble.
Oh my god.
I'll lend you my strength.
Good. I need to support the injured.
Is everyone okay?
I feel better now.
Not yet!
I hit it.
That attack worked. There must be a weak spot.
Use my fire!
Nice. It's burning. I need to support the injured.
Rushy.
Now die!
That was a good attack.
Get slammed!
on you.
Together, Kasane! I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks.
Now die!
Move.
That attack worked. That must be a weak spot.
We're gonna do this!
Let's turn this in our favor.
We're going to do this! Leave it to me, Gemma! Be on guard! Hey, leave it to me!
Go! Yumito, do it!
I can hit it! It's over!
I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks.
Give me speed! Thank you! Together, Kasane!
There must be a weak spot.
Not yet!
Go do your thing.
Keep going!
Here we go.
Leave it to me! It's over!
That was a nice move.
Now, Luca!
I trust you.
We'll do this together! Chien, leave it to me! More! Leave the rest to me!
We can deal with it.
That attack worked. There must be a weak spot.
Not yet! I can hit it! It's over!
Go, Yumito!
Come on. Oh, just safe. Please. Thank you.
I'm counting on you.
We're going to do this!
Get going!
Archie, thanks!
I hit the outer shell. I think I can break it if I focus my attacks.
Kasane!
Let's turn this in our favor.
Keep it up! Leave it to me! You're done!
You eat this! Finish! Are you hurt?
Sorry. What about you, Kasane?
Leave it to me! Come on!
That was good. Not quite as good as me, though.
At this rate, hey!
I thought you were tougher than that. Thanks. Sorry for the trouble.
No way!
I'm not strong enough.
I can still fight.
We got this!
That attack worked. That must be a weak spot.
Go! Spin! Here we go!
Use my fire! I'll follow it.
Still get better.
Let's regroup!
Thanks. Look, I helped you, you helped me, so we're even.
It's down.
I'll
Give
leave
it
to
everything
you.
you've got.
I need your eyes. Give me speed. Let's go.
I trust you with it. I'll follow up.
I can do this. I can hit it. Go!
Okay. Wait.
What? Alice. I failed again. I'm tired of my own incompetence. I failed to save her. Again. This history is unnecessary. If Arahabaki was right, I can just start over from the beginning again. As many times as I need to. Use the red strings for Alice.
What was that? It's like Karin's thoughts were inside my head.
So him going back in time was to save Alice.
What does he mean by as many times as he needs to? And he mentioned something about Arahabaki.
Right. Even if he goes back to change the past, it doesn't necessarily mean Alice will be saved. The future is always uncertain. Once he determines he can't save her, he goes back to the past to change history all over again and repeats the process.
So, he's going to keep jumping through time until Aunt Alice is saved?
Wait.
He time traveled after that, right? But Alice is still dead at this time.
He went back to the past, but history hasn't changed. So he failed?
I've never seen my brother like that before. Do you think he'll listen to us?
Probably not.
Either way, he's our only lead. We have to get him to cooperate.
I can't imagine how many entanglements he's made. It's probably a lot.
Next. Exploding others are a real pain. Keep your distance or you'll get caught in the blast.
The oil is making me sluggish.
I'll lend you my strength.
Good.
Nice fire! You got it!
It's gone. I still feel bloodlust. The other is still around. Fighting with Segumi's power?
Are you hurt? Shouldn't be. That was pretty cool. Thanks.
Go do your thing.
Get going!
The oil is making me sluggish.
Is everyone okay?
You can deal with it.
Use my fire!
Leave it to me, Gemma!
Get down. Give it everything you've got. Here we go. That attack worked. That must be a weak spot.
Leave it to me!
Here we go.
We can't lose!
Be on guard!
Keep it up! Not yet!
Nice setup! You can do it!
Nope. Oh, hey, we're all the way back here.
Need to get better.
Still get better.
Let's do this, Haru!
Nice. The enemy doesn't see us.
Take this!
That attack worked. That must be a weak spot. It'll work.
Here we go!
Good.
It's split, but two of them are dummies. Look carefully and attack the real one.
We won't back down!
Should we push it?
Leave it to me, Gemma!
We got the hang of this.
Your mobility declines when you're wet.
Thank you!
My fault.
Let's do this.
I can do this!
That attack worked. That must be a weak spot. It's down. Give it everything you've got.
Leave it to me!
We'll protect you.
It's time for my power, Yumito.
Leave it to me! Come on!
Yumito!
At this rate...
That was close.
Nice. It's burning. That attack worked. That must be a weak
Leave
spot.
it to me! Here we go! Leave the rest to me!
Okay. Doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doo. My first and last letter. Huh.
Come on! I need your eyes!
I'll lend you my strength.
I trust you with it. Let's turn this in our favor.
Do this! We'll do this together!
The oil is making me sluggish.
You can do it!
Oh my god.
Sorry!
Shit!
What happened? bloodlust. The other is still around. You fighting with Tsugumi's power?
We won't back down! Let's do this, Nabi!
I'm counting on you.
Nice fire! You got it!
That attack worked. There must be a weak spot.
Shit.
Nice set.
We can deal with it.
Archie, thanks!
Get down! Give it everything you've got!
Come on.
That was impressive!
Take this! Leave it to me!
Nice! It's burning! That attack worked! There must be a weak spot.
And loot.
Now, Yuito!
She's pushing.
Leave it to me!
There's only one real other. Defeat that one, and it's over.
Here we go! Let's do this, Nabi! Give me speed! Leave the rest to me! Together, Kasane! I can do this!
Nice setup.
That attack worked! There must be a weak spot.
Leave it to me!
That was a nice move.
Go do your thing.
Lead on!
Be on guard!
Let's go!
Yui,
I can hit it! It's over!
finish it!
Soaking wet!
We can't lose.
Is everyone okay? Get going!
Yep. Don't have to keep fucking telling me, game.
I trust you.
Can't see it anymore, but I can feel it.
We won't back down!
Let's use SAS to find it.
That attack worked! There must be a weak spot.
Nice setup.
Is everyone okay? Leave the rest to me!
Let's do this.
I can do this!
Nice! It's burning!
Leave it to me! It's over!
That was brilliant!
on.
Split. The two of them are dummies. Look carefully and attack the real one.
That attack worked. That must be a weak spot. It's now. Give it everything you've got. Everything.
We'll protect you.
How could
Now, Luca.
Let's go. Now, leave it to me. Go, Yukito.
We can't lose.
Now, Yuito.
Keep up. It's down. Give it everything you've got.
Nice setup.
I'm going to become stronger than anyone else.
I trust you with it.
Thank you.
I trust you.
Leave it to me. You can do it.
I'll lend you my strength.
Nice. Burning.
Wanna go? Shall we?
Do you?
Keep going!
Sorry, I appreciate it.
Let's do this.
Leave the rest to me. My turn.
I made it!
Thanks, Luca.
Okay.
Whoa! Nice!
Give me speed. Leave it to me, Gemma. We'll do this together.
Use my fire!
What happened?
Come on. Damn it. Be on guard.
Are you hurt? Shouldn't be. That was pretty cool. Thanks.
Fucking damn it!
Sorry, I appreciate it.
Is everyone okay?
Oh my god.
It's close. Hit it! Take this! I can do this! With my power.
Witness my strength!
I'll protect you all! I'll destroy everything! I'll take care of it! You still have more to do. I'll protect you all! I'll destroy everything! I guess I have to help you. I'm feeling really good.
Leave this.
I feel the power coursing through me. Hey, is that...
Oh. Save. Yeah, I am finishing this story tonight. You read it a bit.